Great. Good morning, everybody. Good seeing all the colleagues again. Lots of new faces as well today with the Transport Forum. We're really blessed in having you on board. We've been looking forward to this event for quite some time. We're quite excited in having all the women coming and telling us their stories. We're proudly being co-hosted by SABOA, the South African Bus Operators Association. It will tell us more about themselves just now. As I speak, we're still allowing more people into the session, so let's do a little bit of housekeeping. Please keep yourselves on mute. My job in the background also is to put people on mute because otherwise, as you know, we have too many background noises. But we don't do a webinar. In other words, we will allow you later on to unmute yourself when we do the questions and answers. But that we will manage when we come to it. We might take some questions after the Deputy Minister's speech. The rest of the presentations, we will keep the questions and answers to the questions and answer session, so we do not interrupt the presenters all the time. All right, so then you can look at your bottom of your screen. There's a chat room, and I can see you guys have been using it quite intensively this morning, greeting each other. You're welcome to share contact details and so on. Don't do all sorts of promotional work there, so that we can keep the focus on the Transport Forum's topic today. But you're welcome to share contact details and network there. And should you have questions for some of the panelists, you're also welcome to post your question there. The same with the people on YouTube. They can text their questions on YouTube if they have questions for the panelists. And then during the questions and answer sessions, we will then address those questions. Should something go wrong, have a look at your inbox. We will then share a new link to join the event again. Yeah, let's trust that won't happen and it won't be necessary. And then, ladies and gents, obviously, yeah, these events are complementary. All the Transport Forum events are complementary, as well as the related content on the web is complementary, and obviously somebody must pay for this. So we've got valued sponsors with the Transport Forum that make this possible for us and associates in the industry. And so I would like to share about our associates and our sponsors that's making this possible for us. So I'm just going to put up my screen here. Just a moment for me, I'll be with you in a sec. So good, so there's our program for the day. And Catherine Larkin agreed to do the MC work for us today. So later on, I will hand over to Catherine to actually announce all the presenters. Thank you, Catherine, for agreeing to do that. But I would like to draw the attention now to our valued sponsors. And first of all, we're very blessed in having official industry alliances with the Transport Forum. And they actually signed up formal agreements with the Transport Forum. And they're working closely with myself as well and compiling the agendas for the Transport Forum and mentoring myself so that we can keep whatever we do, the Transport Forum current and relative, well, relatively according to what's happening in the industry, obviously. So quickly looking at them, we've got the South African Bus Operators Association, and just now I'll give Basil opportunity to tell you more about them. They are our co-host today. Then we've got the South African Association of Freight Forwarders. You can see established already in 1921, National Association with methods throughout the Republic of South Africa. Its members make a major contribution to facilitate trade within South Africa. Member companies manage over 80% of South Africa's international trade. The association is accepted by its authorities as the leading industry voice and as consultant by them on matters influencing freight management. Thank you, SAR, for your support and alliance. We've got South African Express Parcel Association as the representative body. Voice Express delivery industry in South Africa comprises of member companies engaged in express freight and courier industry. and they are representative of service providers throughout the express supply chain. Great having Sapia Saipa as part of us of Express Logistics. We've got the African Rail Industry Association. I don't know if Marcella's online yet. If Marcella wants to say a few words about RIA. Well, they're the eminent body in South Africa representing players in the railway industry. The vision is to have a world-class rail infrastructure across Africa. The mission is to advocate for the rail industry and third-party access to the country's railway network. They're saying rethink rail and connecting Africa. As we know, rail forms a backbone of lots of freight moving in our country. And it's so important that we get the rail industry in South Africa up to scratch again. So thank you, RIA, for your support. We've got the Chartered Institute for Logistics and Transport. I don't know, Catherine, do you want to say a few words quickly on them?
Yes, thank you, Harry. So the CILT is part of a global body of professionals in logistics and transport. It's primarily focused on individuals in the transport industry across all modes. And the focus really is on learning, continual professional development, and career progression.
Thank you, Catherine. Much appreciated, Vasilta. Then, ladies and gentlemen, we've got formal media partners with the Transport Forum. Freight News, we've got Railways Africa and Engineering News. Actually, Engineering News just joined us last week. Very proud in having their brand with us as well. So Freight News, don't know if there's somebody from Freight News who want to say a few words. Established, innovative, effective Freight News. And obviously all these news media houses, ladies and gents, you can get all the links in the Transport Forum's website as well, but it's really worth your while to subscribe to these organizations. So they were founded in 1953 by John Marsh, and it continues to be run as a family business by Dave, second generation, and Anton, third generation Marsh. And this is import and export decision makers. It's all about logistics news in the industry. And they've actually been part of the Transport Forum since the start of the Transport Forum many, many years. Railways Africa magazine, it's the African continent specialist trade, technical business-to-business online publication covering all aspects of the rail sector, published weekly online, and there you can see the URL, the website where you can subscribe to Railways Africa. News about the rail infrastructure in our country. And then the newly alliance is from Engineering News, and they agreed to do us with each event. They've got a weekly update. And I don't know if there's somebody from Engineering News before I play the video, if they want to say a few words about Engineering News, perhaps. The great news is that they're going to share this short video with us, which I will play now, and that's giving us sort of an overview of industry news, and our other media partners also agreed to start doing this in the next month or so. And that will actually also make our events much more interesting, that we have at the beginning of our events a very nice overview of the industry news in the transport sector. So here is a video from Engineering News.
Hello and welcome to the roundup of this week's edition of the Engineering News and Mining Weekly magazine, published on Friday, 6th August 2021. In this week's cover article, Engineering News and Mining Weekly writer Cameron Mackey takes a look at South African gold refiner Randgold as it marks 100 years of operations. Since it began operating in 1921, gold refiner Rand Refinery's technological pioneering spirit has enabled it to transform into a global powerhouse, celebrating its centenary this year. The Engineering News features focus on chemicals and petrochemicals, where petrochemicals giant Sasol uses its technology for greener fuel. Agricultural engineering, irrigation and plant propagation, where a digital water quality monitoring and reporting tool comes to market. And furnaces, kilns, ovens and dryers, where critical planning is essential for safe furnace demolition. The Mining Weekly features focus on women in mining, where companies are challenging the norm to drive women inclusion. This week's business leader is Njombole Kula, MD of PPC Southern Africa. And as this week's cartoon shows, the recent insurrection reflected horribly on the country and its image as a stable and safe investment destination. We hope you enjoy this week's edition of Creamer Media's Engineering News and Mining Weekly, the magazine that offers you news about developments in the real economy. Happy reading and see you next time.
Great. Thank you to Engineering News for their great sponsorship. We really appreciate that. And Alliance to the Transport Forum. Then, ladies and gents, we've got, very importantly, University of Johannesburg, Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management. They also got the Institute for Transport and Logistics Studies. They say the excellent qualifications provide scarce skills and facilitate career development in an important industry. So on behalf of the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management, we encourage you to travel smart and plan your journey with us. And there you can see the website for UJ's Transport Directorate. They've been very much involved. Prof. Jackie Walters, Prof. Nadine Pizza, Prof. Rose Luke, all of them has been for all these years also mentoring myself and helping us to put the programs together for the Transport Forum. C-Track, anybody from C-Track perhaps?
Morning, Harry.
Good morning.
It's Krista Claessens here. I'm a senior account manager at C-Track, so I've been here. I'll join you here today. Just from C-Track side, we offer a total solution where C-Track achieves a return on investment by consulting with fleet owners to implement a total solution that covers 5 fleet management areas. Now, these areas which we address is safety and security to manage risks, driver behavior to have total cost control, productivity and efficiency for your fleet utilization, and then control, compliance, your asset control and asset management to have operational control over your entire fleet. So I'll share my contact details on the screen as well later in the messages. If anyone wants to communicate, they can just send me an email.
Thank you, Krista. Much appreciated. C-Track's also been part of the Transport Forum since the start, more than 14 years ago. So thank you very much, Krista. We really appreciate your support. Zutari, I don't know if somebody from Zutari want to say a few words. Vera, maybe?
Good morning, everybody. I am from Zutari. I am senior traffic engineer at Zutari. Basically, we are an engineering firm. Our motto is Impact Engineers, and we have expertise across all engineering fields. And I think that is all I can say at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Vera. Now, Zutari, also previously known as Oricon. They've been with the Transport Forum Gold sponsor for many, many years. And Vera is also one of our panelists this morning. Thank you very much, Vera. Ability, somebody from Ability want to say a few words? They have recently joined the Transport Forum last month as a gold sponsor. They say the human face of insurance, niche insurance products since 2011, commercial insurance underwriters acting the role of mutual and federal risk financing, part of our mutual insure, pass and coach insurance specialists. Thank you very much, Ability. Great having you guys on board with the Transport Forum. Unitrans, somebody from Unitrans?
Morning, Harry. It's Kylie Venter here.
Hi, Carly.
So we are very proud to be a partner of the Transport Forum, and also proud to be supporting these important conversations in our industry and promoting and growing representation of women in transport and logistics. Excited to listen to all our speakers today.
Thank you, Carly, so much. Yeah, Carly and the team joined the Transport Forum last month as a gold sponsor. So proud having you guys on board. Thank you very much for your support and your guidance. We really appreciate that. Carly is also one of our panelists at the next Transport Forum event. We're looking forward to that, Carly. Thank you very much. Bid'air Cargo, somebody from Bid'air? Bid'air joined the Transport Forum at the start of this year. They fulfill the needs of the express cargo industry for a daytime and overnight cargo capacity across a comprehensive Southern and East Africa footprint. They're the leading cargo airline providing express airport-to-airport solutions and related services to the courier and express logistics industry. Great, thank you very much, Gary Marshall and his team for supporting the Transport Forum. Somebody from Global Trade Solution, our gold sponsor. They offer customs connect and consulting services. Global Trade Solution, founded in 1999. Innovative technology consulting service to the international trade and supply chain community. User-friendly cloud-based international trade and supply chain solution that incorporates the core requirements to manage all activities around the international supply chain. Seamless integration of various entities in international supply chain, including sectoral agencies such as customs authorities. Very, very important. Innovative solutions transforming the global supply chain. Thank you very much, Global Trade Solution, Louise Widget and her team for supporting us. We really appreciate that. Standard Bank. Don't know if Kathy is online yet to tell us more about Standard Bank. They became gold sponsor in October last year. More than 158 years in experience. They believe that dreams matter and that together we can make them a reality. They operate in more than 20 countries in Africa and abroad. Their worldwide presence consists of an integrated suite of end-to-end wealth management services and banking solutions. Thank you, Standard Bank. Cuba, somebody from Cuba perhaps, someone want to say a few words. They're part of the ICM Mobility Group, which enables public and private transport to move into the digital area, which is so important nowadays. Journey planning, smart ticketing, streamlining electronic payment, shaping the digital transformation of the mobility sector. So the ticketing solutions has been successfully implemented in over 100 cities and regions worldwide, dealing with millions of daily transactions. They understand mobility, that's for sure. Thank you, Cuba, for your support. EasyClear, somebody from EasyClear. EasyClear joined us in January this year as a gold sponsor. They say they're leading software provider for the customs and clearing industry, software solutions for customs clearing, freight forwarding, and logistics providers covering air, sea, road, and rail. Thank you, Michael Henning and his team. Really appreciate your support. Huawei, somebody from Huawei perhaps. I must also say that Huawei, great, they actually agreed and offered to do some prize giving at today's event. So we've got a bit of fun again. So when we're going to take a break later on, the comfort break, we're going to ask 2 questions, and the winner of each question can win a Bluetooth speaker set from Huawei. So they will courier your gift to you. And then at the end of the event, we're going to ask 2 questions again. And the winners of those 2 questions who provide the correct answer first, they will also receive Bluetooth speaker sets. So great. Thank you very much, Huawei, for your kind support. The leading new ICT building smart urban rail. It's a smart transportation in a smarter world. Increasing globalized urban world transportation is critical. Huawei Technologies help design and implement smart infrastructure for transport, from rail and urban road networks to smart airports, promoting the increased use of ICT in the transportation industry. Huawei helps to optimize transportation services, making travel more convenient, safer, and more efficient. So definitely, ladies and gentlemen, they're not only selling cell phones, they're doing much, much more. And we really appreciate their support. JC Auditors, somebody from JC Auditors. So you can see they're doing accreditation. RTMS is the Road Transport Management System, and ISO is International Standards Organization. So you always hear this ISO accreditation to make your company compliant. RTMS is self-regulation, trucks and buses, extremely important to become part of that, and JC Auditors can help you to become compliant. They joined us at the start of this year as a gold sponsor. Thank you very much, JC Auditors. All right, then we've got Ubunye Capital. I don't know if Uji is online to share more about Ubunye. So they're a public transport knowledge hub. They've got bespoke taxi industry insights, integrated public transport network advisory, and public transport thought leadership. So we see Majola and her team, they're the people to talk to in terms of public transport planning and so on. Thank you very much, Vuji, for your support. Ladies and gents, yeah, that is our sponsors and our associates and our alliances. We're really proud in having them aboard, and thank you very much for supporting the Transport Forum and making us possible. The presentations you see here today, those that's been made available, today's presentation, some of them only going to be orally, but those that we can share will be available on this website, the Transport Forum's website, and you're welcome to visit that. If you want to download presentations, you need to log in quickly. You make use of to the left of the screen when you're in on this website. That one, if you go to that web address, you'll see to the left of the screen, there's a user login and password. Should you not have an account yet, then you select sign up and you create your own login. And once you've logged in, then you can go to events and you select downloads, and that should give you a little simple search engine. You can type in a person's surname or a title, logistics or whatever. You hit search, and it gives you, it will search through 14 years worth of presentations, more than 900 presentations. And it will give you all the presentations, related to what you've typed in. Or you can go to category and you select today's date, and it will bring up all the presentations made available on today's date. And you can download them all complimentary. So remember our business directory, this is growing rapidly, well categorized business directory for the transport sector, and it's been outsourced to Olga Mashilo and her company, Bouleng Bontle Consultant. They're running this for us. Or one of our BE initiatives. The Transport got quite a number of BE initiatives, and very popular. You can talk to Olga. You can take down a number there or take a picture of the screen, and you will be able to talk to Olga to help you to get your company listed with the Transport Forum Business Directory. It's only 450 rands per year to have a listing in this business directory, and it's very popular. All right, so I want to ask Basil, our co-host for this event today, to tell us more about CIBOA. Thank you very much, Basil.
Sorry
Thanks, Harry.
to...
Thanks, Harry. I'll bring my team in now, Harry. Thank you again for allowing us to host in collaboration with you. And I think the forum is probably relieved that they're not going to see my ugly mug and hear my voice again on another session, talking through the entire session. But I think it presents a unique opportunity for CIBOA to highlight the human capital behind the scenes. We have a pretty large and diverse constituency, and take things for granted as from the outside it seems CIBOA operates seamlessly or effortlessly. But I'm going to hand over to the people, real human capital that keep the day-to-day functioning at the offices going. So they'll talk you through to today's introduction of Sabawa. Thanks, Rika and Precious.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Goeiemorgen almal. Sabawa, as you know, is the industry association representing bus and coach operators, owners, companies, and stakeholders. Sabawa has been in existence for well over a couple of decades, 1989, representing the industry on core issues such as policies, discussions, contract design, and formulation. We are proud to represent all the sectors of the bus and coach industry like the SMME, contract public transport, intercity and long distance, tour charter, scholar and learner transport, cross-border, and commercial contracts. The association has a small secretariat team led by the executive manager, like you know, Mr. Basil Govender. The core team that threads all the activities of the association and our stakeholders is myself, Rika van Eden, the bookkeeper and administrator, and happily another woman, my colleague Precious Siolvi, who is assistant and PA in the office. Our collective experience of 17 years has included preparing Sabawa's annual conference, which was the highlight every year and always a huge success due to teamwork. The preparation took approximately 7 to 8 months, and that was only one of the events. These days, all events, as you know, are handled online and digital, like today's webinar. We have seen relocation of our offices twice and watched memberships grow and decline year in and year out. The bus industry is a very complex industry. Together, Precious and I administer and communicate ongoing all interaction and day-to-day issues relating to the association and our members. During COVID, we have also extended options for communications to non-members. Besides our collective experience, we are always available and willing to engage and support our stakeholders. It is therefore important for all to ensure that you communicate with our national office via phone, email, and WhatsApp. The number is on our website. Or if you contact our provincial committees for more local issues. We are very excited to host today's event and hope that it will add value to all the people attending.
And many thanks to all our speakers for giving time and availability and also sharing wisdom towards ensuring that we create a platform and sustainable commitment to women in transport. May this be the first of many that Sabawa will host going forward. Having said that, I would like to say happy Women's Month to all the ladies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sabawa. Let's give all the sponsors a big hand, ladies and gents, and alliances. We really appreciate your support in making this possible, and it's great having you on board. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gents, I would like then to put up the program for us and then ask Catherine Larkin to take us a bit further into the program and to the MC work for us. She's also going to do her own presentation about herself. So Catherine, I'm gladly handing over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Harry, and a big and warm welcome to everyone to today's special session of the Transport Forum. I really want to thank Basil Govender and the Sabawa team and Harry and the Transport Forum for really driving this initiative and turning the talk into action. We as women have a fantastic opportunity today. So I'd really like to encourage you all to network, to connect with each other, listen to the speakers, ask your questions. As Carly from Unitrans said earlier, these are important conversations that we need to have. And just a note on that, all these sessions are recorded and are available on the Transport Forum's YouTube channel. So if you are a sponsor, it's a great opportunity to repurpose some of those discussions from the video content onto your social media platforms. And likewise, if you are attending the session and you would like to share some of the stories from today's events, you can share the YouTube channel link with your colleagues, with your friends, with business associates, to really keep the conversation going. We've got a fantastic lineup of speakers today, women from government, from private companies, from associations, and everything in between. So each speaker has their own message, their own journey, and their own learnings, which we will be really privileged to hear about today. So I think with that, Harry, if I could start my presentation. I'm not sure if you're able to see it on the screen.
Thank you, Catherine. You can continue.
Perfect. So yes, I'm very excited to be part of today's session. And I'm going to cover 3 things in my presentation. Firstly, how I got into the industry and my journey in the transport industry. Some lessons that I've learned, and I've learned a lot. And then lastly, I'm going to look at and discuss what value I bring to the industry. So this session today has really been an interesting experience for me, because it's forced me to look back at my journey, how I got into the industry, and what has changed and how things have evolved. So it's really been an opportunity to reflect, analyze, and really appreciate what this industry has given me. Having said that, mine is not a wow story. It's a very ordinary one, but I'm very happy to share it with you. The very first job I actually had was in the transport industry. And since joining the industry, I've never left it. You know, when people start out in their careers early in life, many people have a very fixed idea, a firm goal in mind. They know where they're going, they know how to get there, and that's fantastic. But for many of us, we start out and we're not quite sure where we're going or what we really want. And that really was me. I wasn't firmly fixed on a particular outcome. And I actually started out studying languages and translation. I wanted to be an interpreter. But once I'd studied translation, I realized that working with books and documents all day was not something that I could see myself doing for the rest of my life. But I think that really sparked my interest in communication, the importance of communication. That said, I never really was very aware of the transport industry. I took it for granted. You know, the public transport was always there, the buses were there, the taxis were there, our goods were always delivered on time. There were never shortages of anything. And it was only really once I started working in the industry and seeing the complexities involved that I started to really appreciate transport. It is the lifeblood of our economy and an enabler. And really, without transport, everything stops. And I think for me, part of the passion is informing people and communicating with people about the importance of transport. The very first job I ever had was actually as a secretary in the rail industry. But even as a secretary, I worked hard and always did my best. I embraced every learning opportunity. And so for me, not having a firm career path, looking back, was not necessarily a bad thing, because it made me flexible in terms of the opportunities, the kinds of things that I tried. And I think that one of the key lessons I also learned was that everyone I worked for really believed in me, and that had a big impact. And through working that way, I was able to grow and develop into the industry. And in fact, one of my first employers is today still a client of mine. So I started CVLC Communication 20 years ago. In fact, we turned 20 on the 1st of September next month. And what CVLC is about essentially, we are a diverse communication agency. We have worked across the spectrum. We've worked for government departments, private companies, membership associations. And really what we do is help clients solve their communication challenges. What I'm a firm believer in is if you look at the challenges that we face and we look at the reasons why there are problems, more often than not, the problems come back to communication issues. Either there's lack of communication, unclear communication, or sometimes just no communication at all. So for me, the role that communication plays in bringing people together, solving problems, is vital. So we help clients, for example, recently with crisis communication. You will have read about the looting of the trucks in KwaZulu-Natal, or probably might have even been part of that, or the stoppages at the ports. Clients need to communicate with their stakeholders. What do you say at certain times? What messages should you communicate? What do you need to do? We get involved in all those kinds of things. We do a lot of secretariat support. There's some fascinating industry projects happening at the moment, and we provide support in terms of administration, coordinating meetings, putting the agendas together, really supporting our clients so that they can focus on their core business. We also do a lot of events. We've done conferences, exhibitions, seminars, breakfast sessions, etc. So we also do a lot of state social media. So it's very diverse. And I think that's what I love about our business, the diversity. No 2 days are ever the same. Every client has unique challenges. So every client needs a unique solution. So let me now look at some of the lessons I've learned, and I'll share 10 of them. The first one is hard work does pay dividends. To succeed requires hard work, challenging work, and the hard work continues, but you learn such a lot along the way. And I haven't found a substitute yet for hard work. Secondly, I've learned that our networks, or my network, is probably the most important asset that has helped us succeed in the industry. It's impossible to know everything. It's impossible to have answers for everything. So you need to have a network in place that you can contact, ask questions, get advice from. It's about understanding your network, seeing what they bring to the table, what their strengths are, and then leveraging their strengths and yours for the success of everyone. And there's a reason it's called network. It's not called net play, net chat, net chill. You need to work your network, and it's an ongoing relationship process that you need to build. But it is extremely, extremely valuable. My third lesson is the importance of joining an industry body or an association and getting actively involved in it. It can be an institute, a chamber of commerce, a collective, an industry body such as SABOA, but that joining a body and actively participating will really broaden your understanding of your industry. It will give you different perspectives that perhaps you didn't know about before, or different approaches to some challenges that maybe you are tackling. You also get to meet with industry experts, thought leaders in your area, and it is a valuable way to really build your profile, build your network, and grow your knowledge of our industry. Fourthly, there are some and many incredible people in our industry, really bright people, really talented people, really committed people, and people who have answers to the many challenges that transport faces. It's really amazed me especially over recent years, no matter what the challenge, no matter what the hardship, the thinking that people come up with, the solutions, and the way many people are able to turn challenges into opportunities is incredibly inspiring. And I would encourage you to stay connected to those people who inspire you, who give you different perspectives, who perhaps push you out of your comfort zone, and focus on building relationships with those people. It's very easy to get swallowed up in everyday negativity and not see anything good on the horizon. But those opportunities are out there, and those are the positive conversations that will keep you motivated, that will keep you focused, and will keep you driven. My next lesson learned is to not give up. One has to persevere. We all have our good times and our bad times. Sometimes things just do go wrong, no matter what you do and how hard you try. But it's important not to get swallowed up and to become obsessed about what was done wrong or how you could have done things better. I recently learned about the 24-hour rule, which I've been implementing, which works for me. And what the 24-hour rule says is, if you have a huge success or a big achievement, celebrate it, have fun, go all out for 24 hours. And then after 24 hours, you go back and you start working on your future goals or your current priorities. And likewise, if you have a major disappointment, a disaster, a catastrophe, for 24 hours, complain about it, moan about it, cry about it, and then move on and just get going again. We can't let failures, we can't focus on failures or successes for too long. We need to keep moving forward. My next suggestion is, or lesson learned, is have a plan A and a plan B and a plan C. We need to have alternatives. I think particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic, it has really taught me that we need to have choices. We always need to have more than one opportunity that we are pursuing, more than one income stream that we have coming in, more than one source of support, more than one project or possibility that we are working on. We really need to keep our options open and explore the opportunities. Number 7, I've learned that there's space for everyone in this industry, and we need to really embrace the diversity and not to always feel threatened by other people, by your competitors, your potential competitors, your colleagues. We need to work together. This industry is small. Even though it seems large, it is actually quite small, and it's important not to burn bridges. You don't want to decide one day that you simply cannot work with someone, only to find out the next day that they're actually now your boss or your colleague or a client, and that actually does happen. So it's important to take a long-term view and learn to work with everybody. My next suggestion is add value and make a contribution. Have a voice, use your voice, and speak out on industry issues. Stand out from the crowd and be part of important conversations. It will help you position yourself in the industry, and it will grow your profile and your knowledge and experience in the industry. Number 9, I think focus on the future. We need to be forward focused all the time. We need to focus on the good things, the positive things, and see the possibilities of the future. There are lots of possibilities, and they are out there. And then my last suggestion is to get designated. Professionalization in the transport industry is becoming more and more important. Many people will know about the initiative of National Treasury, along with the Supply Chain Council, in terms of professionalizing the industry as a result of all the corruption along the supply chain. So over the coming years, there will be legislation introduced that if you want to practice in the public sector, in procurement or supply chain, you will need to get designated. And what that means is being recognized and being able to carry initials after your last name. Much like chartered accountants do, they've got the CASA after their name. A similar thing will happen in transport and logistics, where you would, for example, carry the initials MSIPS after your name, or CMILT after your name, or MILT after your name. But that will show your standing, your professionalism in the industry, your commitment to lifelong learning and career development. I think it's also a career differentiator, or it could be a career differentiator for you. It will make you stand out from your competition. And those are my 10 lessons learned. So what value do I add to the transport industry? I think what I love doing is I love connecting people. I love people working together, collaborating for industry success, and communication is obviously a key part of that. Because we have such a diverse understanding of the transport landscape in South Africa, I think we really add value as a business. And I think the diversity in terms of the services we offer also adds value to our client, because we are a very strong support mechanism for our clients, and they often reach out to us beyond just the communication brief. And we love adding value and really connecting our clients with industry leaders and supporting them to reach their business goals. So I want to end off with a quote that really struck home with me from the Queen Consort of Jordan, Rania Al Abdullah, who said, "We are stronger when we listen and smarter when we share." And I think that for me is a very, very important message. So that said, that is my story. And I'd like to move on and introduce to you our first speaker, the Deputy Minister of Transport, Ms. Dikeledi Makgatsi. Now, Ms. Makgatsi was appointed as the Deputy Minister in May 2019. So she's been in the transport portfolio for just over 2 years. Prior to joining the department, she served as MEC in several different departments, including public works, agriculture, as well, and safety and security in the Limpopo province. Today, the Deputy Minister is going to share some COVID-19 related challenges that really impact on public transport and how the pandemic has actually impacted on the Department of Transport's programs. She's also going to take us with a future focus and look at what we can expect going forward and what the opportunities are. The bus sector, has been particularly hard hit by COVID-19, firstly through the restriction of movement when we've had our hard lockdowns, and then through all the social distancing mechanisms that they've had to put in place in their buses. And so that has obviously severely impacted on passenger numbers, which really impacts on income for bus companies, and then obviously their sustainability. So with that, I'd like to really hand over to the Deputy Minister and welcome her and look forward to her address.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Program Director, Mr. Hastian, members of SABOA, all my colleagues, the panelists, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me also echo what has been said by the SABOA representative, that the Happy Women's Month. But also hasten to say, I want to thank the organizers of this auspicious occasion for particularly seeing a need that we also are invited as the Department of Transport to make sure that we live up to the ideals as enshrined in the Reconstruction and Development Plan, where we're saying that it is important that our mission must be to ensure an integrated, a reliable, affordable, efficient, safe and secure public transport system in the Republic of South Africa, knowing it must directly feed social development and make sure that it is part of the inclusive economy of the country. One has learned that the very purpose of our discussions today at this forum is to understand the role of women in the public transport sector and how this could better be enabled by policy for the inclusive participation. And this will also assist in raising the appropriateness of us celebrating the Women's Month, and particularly making sure that as we are discussing, we transform the transport sector to the betterment of women. It is clearly, nevertheless, that the context within which this forum sits today is no doubt looking into the mixed bags, the bags of the good and the bags of the bad. It is thus a context of the great opportunities, and yet major hurdles remains in our path. Program Director, as we speak to the back of the hurdles that we are experiencing, the back of the good and the back and the bad, we need to immediately confront and look into the eyes what the scourge of COVID-19 has done and continue to wreak havoc in the economy. And may I hasten to express my deepest condolences and deepest sadness, and sharing the pain with the families who have now lost their loved ones due to this pandemic. It is indeed a wake-up call, and it also brought to us the realities of how we should be able to deal with the social and the economic hardship, as we have seen the loss of incomes to millions of South Africa, and either the loss of their jobs and businesses in this regard. It is also a common knowledge that the government itself has had to reprioritize expenditure. And in this instance, the Department of Transport has not been spared, as is most of the department. We feel the crunch of the weakened economy and a major health risk that needs to be managed or, if possible, totally be undone. The economic impact of COVID-19 restrictions is unprecedented, with the transport sector as the most, as one of the hardest hit by the pandemic, adversely affecting women participating in roles ranging from women who are in the taxi rank vending food, in the train stations, at the border gate, and major routes in our country, to affecting the cabin crews, the pilot, to women seafarers who are stuck and are unable to join their crew. Not forgetting the civil engineers whose projects have been halted, and the list is endless that we can be able to talk to as we talk to the impact of the pandemic. It will be certainly a remiss if we don't make any reference to the impact of the mass protest action or the crime that has hit the public industry. And this is especially important in relation to the recent events in some part of our country. Most significantly, the unrest, the looting spree, the destruction of property, and very sadly, the loss of lives have major consequences for the economy with serious implications for public transport, given the intimate connection between business centers, industrial complexes, and public transport. This is notwithstanding the serious effects of violence and crime that has beset the public transport sector, particularly in the Western Cape, with a major impact on the public transport stability and revenues and the safety of the vulnerable persons, especially women, as they use public transport to do their different chores. Program Director, yet in the midst of all the challenges, we have the reason to have hope, especially given the interesting prospects facing the transport sector broadly. Thus, immediately reminded of the pertinent role to be played by the transport in the reconstruction and recovery as tabled by the President in October of last year, of making sure that we rebuild our economy. In the State of the Nation in February, President Cyril Ramaphosa reiterated the plan and mentioned the following as priorities for the year we are now in and the year that we will be saying we are reconstructing and recovering. President mentioned that we must first defeat the coronavirus pandemic. It is clear that while the pandemic has caused a major social and economic harm, as a people, we have avoided and prevented the worst in our millions. We have committed to vaccination and return to normality and health security. The President also mentioned that we must accelerate our economic recovery. To this end, Program Director, we believe that achieving this goal, government has devised several approaches and programs, including budgetary reprioritization across all departments. The third issue that the President mentioned as a priority is that we must implement economic reforms to create sustainable jobs and drive inclusive growth. Finally, the President indicated that we must fight corruption and strengthen the state. Indeed, these are the things that I believe in this forum we should be able to say, how are we going to make sure that we support President in issues that he has been mentioned. I need to indicate that the strategic plan of the Department of Transport for the fiscal year 2020, 2021, and 2024 to 2025 states that in delivering transport services to the citizenry, the Department of Transport's focus will continue to be guided by the following strategic priorities. Among the relevant discussions in this forum, we need to consider the fact that infrastructure build that stimulates economy and job creation is key. Accelerating transformation for the greater economic participation and building a public transport system that enables social emancipation and economy and the economy that works is what we believe in our strategic plan will be able to live up to the ideals of economic recovery and reconstruction. These are the priorities that the minister has also signed with the President and make sure that we will be able to be assessed based on this that I have mentioned. While the pandemic has dealt the public transport sector a serious blow, we must continue to see the light in many ways across the subsector of rail, of bus, taxi transportation, while aviation may continue to experience serious challenges, as shall become clearer in the future. With rail transportation, the rail commuter transportation is worth noting that PRASA has requested 771 million for the loss of revenue and further 481 million for an operational response to COVID-19 equipment, communication, as well as the marshals and security in the trains. An allocation of 1.2 billion through the reprioritization of PRASA was made, which will result in a decrease of PRASA's capital budget and an increase in an operational expenditure to address the shortfall. It is also important, Program Director, to note that Autopax, PRASA's subsidiary, revenue was also severely affected due to the lockdown. In short, I can say that PRASA is understanding that the rail infrastructure upgrades between Pretoria and Mabopane and the Central Line in Cape Town will be programmed and be dealt with to the tune of 1.8 billion for Mabopane and 2 billion for the Cape Town Central Line. It is in this regard that Mabopane program and procurement would be completed in earnest, as well as the finalization of the rail reserve in the Central Line in the Western Cape. All in all, as with regard to the rail infrastructure improvement, we can report that in March 2021, 25 new trains have been provisionally delivered. We also would like to say that by the end of February 2021, a total of 866 jobs were created in the rolling stock fleet renewal program. The challenge of all of us to find an open door that will be able to allow greater participation of women in different projects as planned is even in the implementation is more urgent than ever before. Program Director, it is the issue of affecting the aviation industry, especially traveling abroad, remains sticky due to the plethora of restrictions still applied by different countries to contain the spread of the pandemic and traveler reluctance to fly, leading to certain airlines already in distress and falling into business rescue. At our budget vote debate of this financial year, we stated that the nature of challenges that affect the road public transport needs to also be recognized. We also acknowledge the fact that public transport networks are also important to keep the economic hubs functioning optimally. We stated that the allocation of public transport network grants made through the Department of Transport program are expected to increase by an average of 15.7% from 4.4 billion in 2021 to 6.8 billion by 2023-2024, with a high increase attributable to once-off reduction of the COVID fund pandemic-related priorities. We also would want to report that COVID-19 pandemic has severely impacted on the operational readiness of most municipalities, and that the number of passenger trips has also dropped during the various lockdown levels, increasing the operational deficit and revenues and impacting on the cash flow levels. It is also important that we report to our drive to grow universally acceptable public transport in order to fulfill a critical constitutional prescript of equality of requiring special focus on the most vulnerable. To this end, we anticipate by September this year, the initial universally acceptable integrated public transport network service will be operational in the emerging cities of Polokwane, Mangaung, and Rustenburg. Achieving this, we argue, will depend on these cities concluding a compensation deal with the incumbent operators that will both be fair and affordable. Universally designed buses have already been procured in these 3 cities, and we are looking forward to launching the service in the 3 cities in these provinces. We are also expected to have a single ticket rollout this year in several cities, and we are really, which will really be essential to us as commuters. We are working in this instance with Saboa, with Santaco, and rail operators to phase in and make sure that we adopt this common ticketing system. We understand that some of the hurdles go beyond the pandemic and relates to structural concern to do with policy inconsistencies affecting small and medium-sized business west, including the public transport operators. Therefore, on assuming our responsibility in this administration, we committed to fix transport by fixing those elements of policies that stifle more inclusive changes in this industry. Certain policies are already under review, including those that affect public transport, and the Taxi Lekgotla has already set a scene for constructive debate towards the sector transformation and sector formalization. Infrastructure build will nevertheless remain an important element for the improvement of transport systems in order to achieve the needed change. Program Director, Infrastructure Investment Plan announced by the President Ramaphosa identified that road project need 19 billion covering in the spine of the South African road network, and work is underway to finalize the project financing structuring of this for this project. Resources have been committed from the fiscus to support the construction and rehabilitation of major routes such as N1, N2, N3 highways, and this infrastructure project will lead to the revival of the construction industry and the creation of the much needed jobs. The 100 billion infrastructure fund is now in full operation, and this fund will blend resources from fiscus with financing from the private sector and development institutions. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is clear that most of the social and economic activities, including transportation as we know them, will change for somewhat, amongst other changes that have already become embedded are the following. The higher hygiene standard and the lower occupancy number of the public transport, particularly the large segment being in the minibus taxi. These are some of the challenges that we will have to deal with. The shift from white-collar workers from commuting to more work from home via technology platforms, shifting demands patterns, the use of road networks, as we are doing today with the webinar, are some of the things that we have to take cognizance of as this platform today. A strong move towards a 24-hour economy as we try to reduce congestions in all areas, again with implication for our road network and public transport and freight logistics sector. We, however, have a great hope that for the transport sector, because of the robustness of the public transport, we will be able to regain our stature by deriving confidence from the widespread vaccination. And we encourage people on this forum and outside of this forum that it is important that we vaccinate so that we can be able to have get the herd immunity. Probably will be able to deal with this pandemic and it becomes a thing of the past. Our persistent and now stronger push for efficient and reliability in the supply of public transport as an enabler is also given.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Our persistent and now stronger push for efficient and reliability in the supply of public transport as an enabler is also driven by a now greater need for innovation and use of technology to ease travel. This means that introduction of cashless fare system through an application of smart card validators in the vehicle, and that this should be locally manufactured, and that a greater need to invest in the taxi economy, especially given the vast and largely underdeveloped economic network. Even the 70% of the commuter uses public transport and 80% of whom use taxis is critical. The following interventions are being proposed to unlock the industry. Transformation and developing of the ranks into micro CBDs and developing the taxi routes as commercial corridors, supporting vertical integration within the taxi value chain, and incentivizing conversion of the minibuses to green fuel system, creating an explicit program carving out a portion of existing development finance institution to support vertical integration within the industry, including the panel beating, selling of spare parts and consumable, fuel wholesaling at the ranks, and vehicle sanitization are some of the things that we need to look at as intervention. We must, as a public transport, we must use public transport as a backbone of the new commercial nodes, human settlements, and energy systems, which include, in short terms, fast-tracking integrated ticketing system and channeling development finance to upgrade intermodal facilities into commercial modes. In parallel, it includes taking the first step into the establishment of the provincial public transport authorities and linking the new provincial authorities to development finance condition on building green, building inclusive, customer-centric rail and bus transport, including rapid bus transports. A further condition is that these networks have to tie into the planning for new settlements, nodes, and via the district development model. This is what we should be able to start working towards. Program Director, the Department of Women, Youth, and People with Disabilities in the Presidency is entrusted with the mandate to regulate socio-economic transformation for women, for youth, and persons with disability, and monitoring and evaluation of the empowerment and participation of youth, women, and persons with disabilities. We have committed to a formalized relationship through a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disability. Already, we can be able to say in the National Strategic Plan as tabled in Parliament by the Minister of Women, Youth, and Persons with the Disability on gender-based violence and femicide, the memorandum of our memorandum of understanding is derived from that. we have also committed to the 2 critical pillars of prevention and rebuilding of social cohesion, and the pillar on economic empowerment. These are amongst the other issues that the women will be able to deal with. But I also need to also indicate that we are busy as a department revitalizing the South African network of women in transport based in the department, and charged with the matters of women empowerment. Yet there are constrained and serious capacity issues. And secondly, we believe that the Department of Transport's Gender, Disability, Youth and Children unit will be able to move with speed to deal with these issues of gender equity. Strengthening this will mean that the issue affecting the previously disadvantaged individuals and the vulnerable groups will find more effective response from the department. I need to say that I would like to wish to recite the words of hope expressed by President Ramaphosa in the State of the Nation in February to usage of fear of the pandemic that remains novel and deadly. He made us hope that all shall again be well. And he said, as I quote, "We, the people of South Africa, have over the past years experienced terrible hardship. Like a wildflower that sweeps across the mountainous range where the fynbos grow, a deadly pandemic has swept across the world, leaving devastation in its path. Yet, like the hardy fynbos of our native land, we too have proven to be resilient in many ways." These words remains today as relevant as they were said 6 months ago, and I hope we take them to heart as we confidently stand to rebuild our economy, to rebuild our country. I thank you, Program Director, and God bless the women on this platform and everybody on this platform, and hope that all our endeavors, all our wishes shall be met. I thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Deputy Minister. That was a very powerful and insightful presentation. And yes, we are a resilient nation, so let us continue to rebuild. Now I'd like to introduce you to our next speaker, Vera Mpofu, who is with Zutari and is a senior traffic engineer there. Vera has more than a decade's experience in transport engineering, transport planning, and project management. She's actually worked on quite a few traffic impact assessments for a variety of land uses, including pedestrian studies, transport master plans, a rail master plan, and a parking relaxation project. Vera, I'm not sure what a parking relaxation project is, so I'd be interested to understand a little bit more about that. Vera's passion, though, is actually public transport planning, so it's wonderful to have her on board this morning. And in fact, she's so passionate about it, she's busy with a master's degree in transport planning to enhance her knowledge in the field. Welcome, Vera. We're very, very keen and eager to listen to your story.
Thank you so much. Good morning to all. I must say that it is an honor and a privilege to be invited to tell my story. I'm just going to share my presentation now before I go on. And please let me know if you can see it. Can you see my screen?
Perfect, thank you.
All right. I must say it was a bit intimidating when I saw the program, me speaking after the deputy minister. But then I told myself, this might be the closest you ever get to any deputy minister, so yeah, here I am. I have entitled my presentation, Her Story Matters. And I'm sure there's a lot of phrases going on in your mind. And perhaps one of those phrases may be Black Lives Matter, All Lives Matter, the big debate, and maybe the feminism agenda as well. But before I go on to explain why I chose this topic, let me just take you through my outline. I will firstly explain why I chose this topic, and then I'll give a brief background about myself, my experience in the transport engineering industry, my views on public transport in South Africa, and then I will conclude. Why this topic? My topic was influenced by Chimamanda Ngozi, her presentation, a story that she told actually in her presentation at the UCT Vice Chancellor Open Lecture that took place last week, Wednesday. And she told a story about a conversation she had with a male friend. This male friend told her that he had purchased several copies of Michelle Obama's book, Becoming, and he had gifted those books to several of his female friends. Then Chimamanda asked him, why not your male friends? And he was shocked. And the question is, why was he shocked? He was shocked because in our society, stories of women belong to women. I did a quick check on the participants just to see how many female names and how many male names were there, and I realized there were more females in this platform. And then another thing is because men in general read men's stories, but women read both men and women's stories. Men's stories are perceived to be universal, neutral, and they thrive. If you want to be successful, if you want to be powerful, if you want to be a leader, then you need to have a man's story. But if we were to think differently, what would happen if men read more of women's stories? We often hear men saying women are complicated. We can't understand women. And I have concluded that it's because men do not read women's stories. If men read women's stories, men will be able to walk in the experiences of women. And then maybe there would be better communication between men and women, and men would get to empathize with the truths about women experiences and not just know the facts. In South Africa, men know that gender-based violence is actually an epidemic in this country. They know that it's a fact that 2 women are raped every minute. Men know that, but what has that changed? As to how men treat women. But imagine if more men read stories of people who had been raped or women who had been abused. I believe, like Chimamanda, that their perceptions and attitude would change, and I think they would be more inclined to actually fight the battles that we as women are fighting. So why does her story matter? Her story matters because women consist 50% of the world's population and only own 1% of the world's wealth. That should be 50% as well. In South Africa, 51% of our population is actually female. So to only have a man's story, it really does not serve half of the population. So perpetuating a one-dimensional thinking and solving the world's problem when the end user is very diverse would lead to a failure. Now, South Africa has made, a good stride in incorporating women in the labor market. 44% of the labor market in South Africa is female. However, these are mostly in your traditional industries, your nursing, your secretaries, domestic workers. And still, women are facing inequalities and discrimination in the labor force. Women on average earn 20% to 30% less than their male counterparts and hold 1 in 3 managerial position, which means that there are still less women at decision-making tables. Studies have shown why this is still so. Although women are entering the labor market, why is this still happening? And this is because race, patriarchy, and gender were the dominant ideologies behind the setting up of industries. Hence, these ideologies are still embedded in our corporate culture. And therefore, critical to women empowerment is the removal of attitude and practices that preserve inequalities. It's based on the assumption that men are superior to women. And I believe, like Chimamanda, that if more men read female stories, if more men listen to her stories, that their attitudes and practices would actually change. So this morning, I would like to take a chance with the men on this platform to tell my story and see whether that will have any difference as they walk through my footsteps. As it has been said, I am a traffic engineer. My background is in civil engineering, and I specialize in transport engineering and transport planning. How did I end up in this industry? Growing up, I did not have engineers around me. In my family, there was no engineer. In the circles that I was socialized in, church to be specific, there were no engineers. So it never crossed my mind when I was young that I ever wanted to be an engineer. 2 women influenced my career path, and that is my high school science teacher and my transportation lecturer in university. When I was doing matric in a high school, St. Oswald's in Newcastle, where I grew up, in matric, my school was offering classes on Saturdays. And based on my religion beliefs, I'm a Sabbath keeper, I could not go on those classes. And my science teacher was kind enough to invite me to her house. And she gave me extra lessons without charge. And well, I couldn't afford it. And she also gave me extra material to study. And because of her kindness, I just fell in love with her. And when she advised me that I would do well in engineering, I took her advice and applied to study for civil engineering at the University of Cape Town. And then in my 3rd year of study in UCT, I fell sick for quite some time. I think it was a month or 2 months. And my family actually decided, no, maybe she should come back home and take a break for a year. And I didn't want to do that. So I remember one day lying in hospital, Groote Schuur Hospital, and I saw my lecturer coming. She was the only female lecturer then in the civil engineering department. And she came to see me in hospital. I was quite surprised. And that really had an impact on me. I was touched. And from then onwards, I also fell in love with her. I fell in love with the research that she was doing. And I started talking more to her. And the more I talked to her, the more I loved the research that she was doing. And in fourth year, I chose one of our topics to do as part of my dissertation. And from then onwards, I ended up in the traffic engineering and transport planning and never looked back. And she actually also convinced me to do my master's in the same field. So both these women had a nurturing and empathetic spirit, which can appear to be soft and maybe even disposable trait in leadership. But this is a strong leadership quality in women. Because women are able to see a bigger picture. They were able to see that bigger picture and the potential in me, and then offered to go an extra mile to meet me where I was. And both women had a deep sense of self-confidence in their profession and encouraged me at the lowest point of my life, and at a point where I had to make a critical decision about my career, whether I had to continue and apply for engineering or continue studying engineering. And that made me realize that I needed to believe in myself to succeed. And then moving on to my experience in transport engineering industry. I love what I do. So generally it has been a good and fulfilling experience, but not without challenges. Typical challenges that Black women face in male-dominated industries. So when I entered the industry in 2008, that's when I started working in KZN. I did not have any women to look up to because all the managerial positions were occupied by men. And neither did I have any people that looked at me, Black people, to look up to. So I did not have someone who could fully relate to my experience. And what was my experience? My experience was I often had to break barriers to be acknowledged. You know, and these barriers were mostly stereotypes about Black people and women, and I won't go deeper in that, but I think most of you understand what I mean. So that meant often having to prove myself that I knew what I was talking about or what I was doing. And the other gender, it was just taken that they knew their work. So I knew that I had to come up with a strategy if I were to grow in this field. So I decided to recognize the value and the importance of having a different voice, a different perspective. And for me, my biggest weapon was that, you know, given the context that we're in, the South African context that we're in which we were solving problems, I thought, well, my voice should be the loudest. I mean, I'm a woman, I'm a Black woman, and, you know, women, we are 50% of this population, and you know, the Black community is actually quite large. So I know what the main issues are. Therefore, my voice should be the loudest. When I found myself in a meeting room where I was the only woman, the only Black person, and the youngest, I remember there was a time that I was also pregnant, and in a room of about 15 people, I had to be the voice of, I would say, minority, although it's not really minority. In that space, it was the minority. And another thing in this industry, it has, I think maybe even across the labor force, the policies are pro-men, if there's such a word, which I think also disadvantage men, because these policies do not suit domesticated people. And it assumes that men then need not to spend much time with their families, and which I believe should not be. Men, just like women, need to spend more time with their families. And because of these policies, we find that, you know, females, if you want to become a mother, then you are met at one point or another where you have to choose whether you want to be a mother or you want to further your career. And I was met with this predicament. And one thing I saw, although I mean it's not that common, but one thing I saw, the women that I came across who were managers or directors, most of them were not married or did not have kids. And I remember there was this one lady who would leave, and she would be at work and would come back the next day and she'll still be at work wearing the same clothes that she was wearing the day before. And I remember thinking to myself, no, if that is what it means to be up there, then maybe it's not for me. But I still wanted to thrive in this industry. I still wanted to do excellent work. So although I chose I chose motherhood. Let me just say that I chose motherhood because one of the decisions that I made was that I would breastfeed my kids for 2 years. And that meant that in those 2 years, I can't go anywhere. I have to be at home. And I have 2 kids. So that meant 4 years of less exposure, so to speak. I remember opportunities came for me to go to Dubai and work there for 6 weeks or for 3 months. But because I had a young child, I decided not to take that opportunity. So my guiding force was to be a woman and embrace my femininity. And at the same time, make my aspirations and my dreams known. And be the best that I could be, you know, and be excellent at the work that I did, so that there were no loopholes that they can point and say, oh, she's like this because she's a woman, you know. So yes, it was a disadvantage, but I believe I was paving a way for other women that will come before after me, because I remember there was an instant where I had to go somewhere for 3 days, and my child was, I think, 1 year old. And I told my boss, I cannot go unless my child comes with me. And the provision was made for me to take my son and my nanny and go for those 3 days. Yes, you know, such decisions require money and for companies to spend more and all that. But for me, I felt, wow, such something like this can happen. So yeah, we need to have those tough conversations to make a difference in women's lives in this industry. And then going on to my views on public transport in South Africa. We know that the transport agenda is an integrated agenda. I think we got that from the minister's speech. You know, transport impacts multiple sectors. And this is because transport is a link from where people stay to places of opportunity. And it is an important factor to a good quality of life. And to provide that link, you know, we need to do it in a sustainable manner and in a way that provides equal access and that promotes economic growth, etc. And this can only be done through an efficient and affordable integrated public transport system. And I think we know that South Africa is lagging behind. South Africa has good plans. We heard when the minister was giving her speech, you know, there are very good plans that, if implemented, our transport might be one of the best in the world, but somehow, somewhat, we have failed to implement our own plans. In the 13 years of my experience, I've worked on the PRAZA master plan. I've worked on several integrated transport master plans for different municipalities. I've worked on master plans for cities. And when I look back, you know, little to nothing has been implemented. And it is somewhat discouraging to us planners because we can see the future and we can see where we want to be, but not much is being implemented. There are many factors involved, but for me, one factor is that we have failed to integrate the formal and the informal public transport. As it was indicated earlier, I just completed my master's actually. I'm waiting for my results. And my research was on hybrid systems, hybrid public transport system where formal and informal public transport coexist. And research has shown that this might be the best way for South Africa. Why? Because the informal transport system actually works. You know, it really, really works in this country. Yes, it needs improvement. And yes, we have tried to transform that industry, but, you know, 20 years later, that plan has failed. So hybrid public transport systems say, let's try to work with the informal industry as is. And gradually, you know, as the government has a good relationship with the informal industry, then it will transform and somehow assimilate into the formal transport. And this requires some changes in policy. And I think one of those major changes that needs to happen is how can the government subsidize the operations of the informal public transport? And the key word there is informal, because the taxi recapitalization program was more on subsidizing the capital, and that didn't work. Here, subsidizing the operation, it means that, you know, it is the poor that benefit from it, because as we speak, you know, the poor spend on average 20% of their monthly income, and that is not a lot of income. And if the minibus industry is subsidized, that will mean that the poorest of our country, the burden has been lifted from them. So in conclusion, what's the take home? For the men, I would say, please read more of women's stories. That will have a major impact on women empowerment, because then your attitudes toward women will change. And to the women, I would say, embrace your own personal power. And that will help us to take risks, yes, and have those difficult conversations. However, we need to make a difference for the next generation. I always think about my daughter. I have a daughter, and I always say to myself, I don't want my daughter to experience what I have experienced. And to the policymakers, it is not just about gender diversity, you know, not about having 50-50 in the, you know, the decision-making tables, but still women experiencing prejudices in those spaces. We need structural changes that will embrace womanhood and invest in powerful skills that women have. So I really hope that helped the men on this platform specifically. I thank you.
Thank you, Vera. That was an excellent presentation, and you really put some hard facts on the table data that we really cannot dispute in terms of the representativity of women. I think an excellent idea actually for an upcoming Transport Forum event would be to share your thesis once it's been through the system and processes. And Harry, just a suggestion, I think that would be an excellent topic and conversation to continue once the process has been finalized. So thank you very much, Vera. That was very impactful. We've got one last speaker before we take a short break, and that is Kathy Bell from Standard Bank. Now, Kathy has been with Standard Bank for over 16 years, and she heads up their transport solutions. Kathy is a woman who is very, very active within the industry. She is a council member, in fact, of SABOA, but she's very much involved with other industry associations as well. She's very outspoken and very proactive, especially in the matters of safety and standards, particularly through RTMS, which is the Road Transport Management System. Kathy's also a SANIS certified technical assessor for the auditing of certification bodies. Kathy, as you will hear from her presentation that she'll make, she is driven, she is passionate, she is really committed to the industry, and she is driven by promoting sustainability in a very complex industry. For me, she's become synonymous with the transport industry over many, many years, and her passion will shine through, I'm sure, in the presentation she is about to make. So thank you, Kathy. It's over to you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm not sure if I'm on screen just yet, Harry. Catherine, I'm on screen.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Kathy.
Okay, 100%. So that was exciting. I think, Vera, what you did there was just awesome. I think we must actually stop my part and just repeat what you said. So that was fantastic. So I think the short version is, and I don't want it to be about me, but I think what I'd like to do is share some of the influential people that has shaped me to where I am today. And I think it's also about the industry associations, and it's about learning from powerful people. So if I look at when I started in the industry, also many moons ago, almost also more than 30 years ago, similar to what Catherine initiated in terms of her discussion, I started in a car rental company as a rental agent. Those years we used to clean cars, we used to deliver cars. We even used to tune the radio station in for wherever the potential renter was. And most days those were men. But I think what one learned out of the process was moving from car rental. I then joined a company called Curry's Car Truck Hire, who became Barmer Truck Hire. And by the way, even Hertz was a company that was taken over by Imperial at the time. So if I look at all the progression through my career and moving through companies, there was continuous taking over of companies. So Hertz took over the Hertz franchise, and then we had Curry's that was taken over by Barmer, who later became Avis. I also joined a company then at that stage, which was Highway Carriers. Highway Carriers became part of Imperial. I then joined a company called Bankfin, and that became APSA. But I think the short version is that throughout the experience, I did my best to learn from people. I also made sure that I took the formal and informal and tried to connect them and blend them. Some very influential people was Jack Webster out of UJ, used to do the Rand Afrikaans University. They used to do a diploma in road transport. And if I look at Vaughan Mostert, if I look at Prof. Jackie Walters, so there's been a lot of people that have shaped around the industry, and they've also highlighted the importance of understanding the industry, the regulations, the legislative framework. Many of my customers, if I remember when I was with Barmer Truck Hire as well, many years ago, used to have a permit. You have to apply for a permit to have your load within 50 kilometers of a railhead. That meant you had to understand what the customer's expectations were. You had to apply for a permit for a very specific truck with a certain payload and capacity. And once we had an incident where a customer ordered a truck, because it's all about rates, and it was too small. And we had to go and get another permit, and it took another 3 or 4 days because it was over a weekend. So I think if there's anything that I can share with any of the persons, I see there's 125 participants, and I will be brief because I know we're also over time. But if there's one thing I can share, and that is to really understand the industry, understand the regulations, 30 years ago, it was unheard of that women had such a deep understanding of the regulations and also to understand the solutioning behind that. And I think that's what's driven all the solutioning that I've had in terms of moving from a truck hire company to a financial services organization. I've been in the Standard Bank for 17 years now. But I think what is the essence, the pivot around all of this is the understanding of what customers want and the industry, and to apply that knowledge. And also the value add that goes with that. Anybody can do financing, anybody can do rental solutions, but it's understanding what the customer wants and providing that solutioning. We have created opportunities for small businesses, but we've taken the standard RTMS, as Catherine quite rightly indicated. I'll also serve on the SteerCo. As a matter of interest, I'm the first woman and the only woman that did the RTMS SANAS 3095 certification as a technical assessor. And by the way, I got the highest marks out of all the four chaps that were part of that, including some of the senior people in the industry. And I think it just shows you that women can do anything and apply their mind and to be resilient and to be persistent and not at any time to feel intimidated, regardless of what the audience is. And I think if there's something else that I can share, and that is really to apply the knowledge that you've learned, to add value to the customers and identify some of the gaps in their own businesses. If I can name some companies that we've influenced to shape, to improve their business, it'll be someone like Sunshine Bennett from Africa Link, Tokozani from New Era. And what they've done is they've taken their companies from having 6 trucks to over 60 trucks within a period of 6 years, and then some. But the foundation has always been that there is something in their business that we can support, that we can initiate, that we can leverage, and that we can create wonderful connections. And that is for their sustainable operation. I've seen from the transport industry, the successes, there are those, we know some of the big organizations that there are, but it's some of the smaller companies that have grown systematically, sustainably, by understanding what is missing in their business and to ensure that the platform they use is focused on risk, it's on safety, on driver training, managing drivers, managing risk. And RTMS has given obviously that platform for many of the operators, but it's a self-regulation standard, which is actually the birth of it was in the late 90s when the RTQS system, and the principle was that there would be a systematic, structured way for operators to obtain operators cards so that there would be control in the industry, and that didn't quite transpire that way. But the industry, in conjunction with government, the Department of Transport, and other key stakeholders have stepped up and tried to create a collaborative view so they support one another. RTMS has also given opportunity for PBS. One of the speakers, which is also a mentor of mine, to a great extent, Dr. Nora Fakudi, she will tell you about their operations where they're running PBS buses. It's the only, and it's a leading company in buses, and it is led by a woman, Dr. Nora Fakudi, and they can transport over 100 people in a bi-articulated bus, the only PBS bus in the country. So I think there's some awesome opportunity around the industry where we can take your experiences, what you've learned, and you can deliver it to customers in a way that it can add value in their lives. As I've indicated, a lot of people have shaped where I go, where I've come from, and also to leverage all of those opportunities. If I look at the industry, there's some great industry associations like Threadbow. So Threadbow drives innovation in the bus industry as well, and also around the platform for mass transit solutioning. We also hosted some of those particular associations. But I think the key takeaway for me would be that to learn from people that you can actually benefit from the expertise, and one can actually leverage those and share that, pay it forward, so to speak. I love what all the other speakers have said about the industry, and it's truly, so if I look at, so this is my views, not Standard Bank's views. So Standard Bank has gone out of their way to grow our book. We finance more buses than any other bank and more trucks than any other bank. And I think that is to create opportunity where when we engage with operators, we unpack their transport rates, we look at their cash flows, we look at the routes, we understand the impact of if you're going to do a cross-border operation and their standing time, what will it do to your cash flow? What will it do to your operations? So I think the short version is to truly engage with customers, get close to customers, understand, have lots of conversations. If that is something that can also be a takeaway, be lots of conversations, and ensure that you really read, lots of reading about the industry, make sure that you understand the customers, prepare. When you go to a meeting, prepare. have the conversation with the customer that is an informed conversation, because you will learn a lot of the customer and they will respect you for having the knowledge that you can leverage to actually, you've made the effort. So I think a couple of things which possibly would have some benefit, and that is literally to be in a position that when you are engaging with customers or stakeholders, that you can actually bring in experience and expertise and lots of case studies. If I look at my organization, we've also supported the Logistics Achiever Awards. Dal Holton, she's actually passed on. She's driven that. And that is almost the Oscars of the industry around supply chain. So to associate with industry associations, which we've mentioned, but also key associations that are pioneering. If I look at what Patrick O'Leary has done with the Brake and Tire Watch, over 4,000 traffic officials have been trained, and Standard Bank's been a part of that, and I've personally been a part of that initiative since 2006. And that is really to bring in expertise and skills at a technical level where there's a focus on roadworthiness and at on-site, being able to understand what slack adjusters are, literally licking oil, sniffing diesel, feeling fifth wheel, making sure that the industry can actually grow, but the industry can also grow in a way that is sustainable, that is a great focus on driver training, a great focus on safety. And I think that is probably the epitome of what makes it exciting within Standard Bank, is that we are trying to ensure that we've got industry specialists that come from the industry, and that you can connect our credit teams, our risk strategies, and our sales teams, and also the customers, so you can create a blend of knowledge and a blend of value to customers to make sure that we can outgrow their business in a sustainable way. Transportation isn't easy. It's not easy. We can see some of the impact in terms of operators. Many of our customers were impacted by the KZN chaos that took place. And also do our best to understand and support, around changing needs. We saw the impact of COVID in operations last year. And I guess it's to be collaborative with customers, to partner in their business, and to leverage expertise and skills and experience to make sure that we can offer sustainability in the bigger South African context. So some of the ladies were talking about, Vera specifically, about some of the policies that were not gender friendly. I can remember when I was pregnant with my first child, there were not such things as maternity benefits at that stage. You had to, leave the company and apply for a job elsewhere. So there have been some changes in the industry, but definitely it's an industry that can certainly be more friendly towards women. And I can encourage women to get into the industry, do a lot of reading, understanding, engage with customers, meet with stakeholders, ask lots of questions, read lots, prepare for meetings, engage with customers. And I think it's also to apply curiosity and also passion, and to be resilient. No is not an answer, just means that the person doesn't have the answer. And never to give up, never to give up, and to constantly engage, communicate, have conversations that are powerful. As I've indicated, there are a lot of women that have also shaped. One of my first bosses, a lady called Sharon Cooper, she was awesome in the industry. And I think for me, what is really exciting is that we've got a lot of young women in the industry. Nikki Scott with the USAID. I don't know if the team or the 129 odd participants on the call are aware that Nikki's driving there's going to be over 300 women trained over the next 36 months in the industry, women drivers, that's going to be logisticians. So there's great, exciting initiatives. Women don't stand back. We don't. And in fact, we are resilient because things are not always easy, but we're also not going to be whimpering. We're also not going to moan. We're simply going to get on with it to understand better. If we don't have the answers, we'll find the answers. If we don't know, we'll find someone who knows. And I think it's part of the probably linking up to what Catherine said about networks and communication. And that is to make sure that you can have strong people. If you don't know the answers, find people that can actually provide those. So for me, there are sort of like three Jacks. There's Jack van der Merwe, there's Jack Webster. If I look at Jackie Walters, Prof. Jackie Walters. So those have been men that have been very, very influential and shaping, and they've been very magnanimous around sharing the information. And I think that's what one needs to do, is to align yourself with individuals, with people, with industries, associations that can create that wonderful, engaging and embracing environment. And also to not be shy, not to be scared. If you make mistakes, learn from them, and I think that's what's exciting. And as I've indicated, there's a couple of takeaways for me. And the one is really understand the industry, learn a lot about it. I did my diploma through UJ, and I believe that UJ is going to incorporate some more exciting changes in the diploma. I believe RTMS might be one of the modules in the second year and the diploma students. And then, so yeah, I think the exciting opportunity is that we are a resilient country, as the Deputy Minister also indicated, and also women are resilient. And Vera, you're quite right. I love your quotes about men will read men and women will read men and women's stories. But I think that's the essence: is the conversations, as the reading, the preparation, and to make sure that you are close to your customers, understand the industry, add some value, and don't be shy. Don't be shy. So I think for me, the short version is that it's been an awesome industry to grow in. It's been an industry that one can expand on, and yeah, I love the fact that as a woman in transport, playing some role, that we do add value and it can make a difference. So I think that's a short version. And yeah, I think the presentations before mine were awesome. I just wanted to share a wee bit around about the industry from my perspective. And thank you for sharing, thank you for listening, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Kathy. That was really good. And I think you also confirmed it's about sharing, adding value to your customers, and also paying it forward and sharing your knowledge and skills with other people, which you definitely have done. Harry, I'm going to hand over to you now for the panel discussions to see if there are any questions.
Thank you, Catherine. Yes, and thank you to all the panelists this far. It's great being part of this great event. Yeah, so we're going to do questions and answers now. What we would require from the delegates, kindly, if you can use the participants box, and in that participants box, you can choose the raise hands function, or there's another one, let me just see, it's called, I'll tell you now what it is.
You're on mute, Harry.
Harry? Sorry, Harry, you're on mute.
Oh my gosh, my apologies. So can I ask the panelists to kindly switch on their cameras, and so that I can bring them into this discussion, and then we can give everybody opportunity to raise their hands, and we will then recognize them to ask questions. You can obviously ask a question to a specific member of the panel or to the panel as a whole. All right, so let's just get all of them in. Let me see, Vera, can we have you as well? You switch on your camera and unmute, please. All our panelists, unmute and switch on your camera, please. So, it seems to me Vera is off call, so something must have happened. Please will join quickly. The Deputy Minister, is the Deputy Minister still on the call? Okay, there we've got Vera. Doesn't seem to me we've got the Deputy Minister anymore. Okay, ladies and gents, you're welcome to raise your hands, and then I'll recognize you to ask a question. I think it seemed to me you can't tell all these ladies. I don't see any questions in the. There's a lot of interesting discussions going on in the chat room. That's great, and the people are complimenting our panelists really very well there. I'm just looking here on the YouTube channel. If anybody is asking a question there on YouTube. Incredibly, people are so. Oh, there's a Koliswa. You're welcome to unmute and ask a question.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies, for the wonderful presentations. I just have two questions, and then for Vera in particular. Vera, being a young woman getting into the industry, you spoke about choosing womanhood versus a career. But obviously after being a mother, you have to get back into it. I think I find it very challenging to have to balance now being a wife and being a mother, and then obviously the businesswoman, because I think what I've noticed, obviously being in transport, there's no working hours, because if you have a bus or you have a truck or whatever the case might be, it's on the road all the time. And should anything happen, you always have to be on call and be available. I think my question to you is, how did you manage to make the household understand that mommy that is not an 8 to 5 kind of, working mom, and there's no knocking off? And when a call comes in at 11:30, be it a truck on the road or whatever the case might be, how did you handle that? And how did you make, especially in particular, I think the husband, like you said, that the men don't understand that. So we are currently in that space where they have not read the book that the women have written. So they don't understand. They're still on some, you're a mother and the child is sleeping, and you can't be waking up and answering a call at 11 and the child is sleeping. So that's my one question, I think, for Vera. And for Kathy, I've posted in the chat box, if I could please have your contact details or email address. I would definitely like to engage with you further, because there's a lot of questions of some light I just shared that I'd like to get more information on. Thank you so much, ladies.
Thank you, Koliswa. Vera and the rest of the panel, welcome to respond.
Okay, from my side, the first thing, I think you need to have a good support system at home and have a good arrangement with your husband. So my husband and I work together, and when it is time for me to do my work, then he would look after the kids. So, and vice versa. So we work together, because at the end of the day, you need to support each other's dreams, in each other's growth in the career that you're in. So for me, I think my husband plays that role of a father that's there. And from the work side, as I said, I chose womanhood, meaning that I did set boundaries, and I think my organization, I have to give it to Zutari, allowed me to do that, because I would say, unfortunately, I can't do that. And yes, as I said in our presentation, it was a disadvantage for me, but I'm thankful that they allowed me to do that, because I mean, Kathy said, then they had to leave. Once you had a child, you leave work completely. But I'm so thankful that now I can say that and negotiate with my company that, I need to go home and attend to my children. So I think Zutari, for that one, allowed me to be flexible. And they also do have flexible hours. You can start at 9 and finish at what time. And I think, COVID has actually demonstrated that we can do things during the day and work at night and move things around. So I think companies are also starting to see that we can be that flexible. And as women, we know we can be flexible. It just took them to experience COVID to acknowledge that. So yeah, those two. Thanks.
Thank you, Vera. I don't know if Kathy or Catherine want to respond also on this question. Not at this time. There's another question, Vera. Nangampu asks, what has been the challenges and frustrations in designing for inclusivity while working with municipalities? Repeat the question. What has been
Harry, can I add on my question, please?
Yeah.
Yes, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Vera. Thank you, Harry. In addition to that question, Vera, I see Zutari's tagline is impact engineering or something like that. I just want to understand what that really means in terms of your company's objectives. And then the second question is what was read by Harry in terms of the frustrations and challenges while designing for inclusivity, specifically working with municipalities. I think you alluded to something like that in your presentation. Thank you.
The frustration, as I have indicated earlier, is that you plan for things and they don't get implemented. I work both for the private and public sector. And, the jobs that I have done for the public sector, I've seen them happening. And, you see the building coming up and you see the road is there. But when it comes to the public sector, and for me, it's sad because that's what serves the poor, your major projects connecting the disadvantaged areas to working opportunities. Somehow those projects just take longer to happen. And that then impacts on the lives of the poor when you talk to women that have to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning to catch the train so that they can get to work. And then when they leave in the afternoon, they get home at 7 o'clock. They don't see their kids waking up. And by the time they get home, there isn't enough time to spend with their families. So for me, I just think that our government can do better. So it is a frustration. And then the other question, impact engineered. We are engineers, we have engineering solutions, but the impact that we're talking about is to co-create, with the end user. So we collaborate in our processes when, at the end of the day, whatever product that the engineered product that we have must have an impact on the end user, so to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Vera. All right, Berlin, Manuel Watson, Berlin, you're welcome to unmute and ask your question.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good to see all the beautiful ladies. Kathy, I'm so thankful to you, as well as Catherine and Vera. One would look at all of you ladies, and I know the speakers later too, that you have a wealth of experience and intellect in the industry. How can we collaborate so that we could see the status quo change for women emancipation? Thank you.
Thank you, Berlin. I think, Kathy, maybe you want to take up that one?
100%, yes. Lovely to hear you again, Berlin. So I guess one of the key entry points would be with an association. So there are more women on the associations, which essentially represent some of the voices of the industry. So that, I think, would be one of the key opportunities. And then also, I do lots of networking formally and informally with women. We do coffee sessions together. We do, gin and tonic sessions together. Now I'm teasing. So we do a lot of opportunities where we can have lots of conversations. And we are not shy to host those at customers and to use, customers' facilities to engage and to share ideas, and then also to be really close to the industry and to understand the key issues. So for instance, I know that you joined us at the Break and Tower Watch with Fleet Watch with Patrick O'Leary. I mean, look how awesome that was. They were making a real difference. It's real-time difference, sharing experiences, and also upskilling at the same time. So I would, for me, it's industry associations, around the RTMS, when we do those workshops, and all those workshops are free, to share information, to share ideas, to share also the case studies of where things were great, things were worse, things were better, improvements. So I would really leverage opportunities like that. And then also in the academic circles, we've got a lot, like Dr. Rose Luke, she's very involved from UJ also on with the Logistics Achiever Awards. So I think there's just lots of opportunities to blend, our some of our key academics, our key women in transport. There's many women in transport. If I have to unpack those, and maybe that's something we can do. Obviously with Catherine, with the Women in Transport Network as well, and dear young Harry with his transport forum, and a day like today. I think a day like today is exceptional for ideas to be shared. And I must say, I'm in awe of you, Vera. I think you just, for such a young woman, you just got such a wonderful, measured way of presenting, and I love what you had to say. So I'm learning every day. I'm not as young as you, but I still learn, and I'm so looking forward to the other ladies that are going to be speaking. I mean, if you look at someone like Dr. Nora Fakudi, I mean, she also hosted us at an Artemis workshop. So they're not shy. The industry is willing and engage the industry and hold hands. That would be my suggestion around how we can continue to share networks and to learn from one another. There's lots of exciting opportunities. I hope I've helped and answered.
Yes, Kathy. Yes, I agree with Kathy. I think, there are so many industry bodies, and to me, there doesn't seem to make sense to create another body. The Transport Forum is almost an umbrella body with a number of industry organizations supporting it. So my first thinking would be, let's see what we can do through the Transport Forum. Perhaps that's a conversation we can start having.
Thank you, Catherine. Well said. I want to testify here. I can remember many years ago when we just started the Transport Forum. I was still working those days for the state under Rivia.com, and young Kathy looked me up. You remember those days, Kathy? So Transport Forum wasn't even well known at the stage, but Kathy, she snuffled me out, and we started conversations those days. And I also realized where I went with events and so on. Catherine was always there, Catherine Larkin, and that's how the networking also started. So no, thank you to those ladies as well. The same with Olga Mashiu. She's unfortunately not in the call now, but she worked for Transnet before, and today she's got her own logistics hub, and she's part of the Transport Forum. It's one of her empowerment initiatives. The same with Wisile Majola. She was part of Santaka before. And that's her involvement in Transport Forum was also one of our partnership and empowerment initiatives. So we're so privileged and have these wonderful ladies being part of this initiative, and surely they're part and parcel of the success of this. Now, thank you very much for that. I see there's one, and we're running out of time, so let's take one more question. I see there's a hand raised, VM Guewu, if I got it correctly. You're welcome to unmute and ask your question. Okay, seems to me there's a problem. Right, let's wrap this part of the event then, and we ask some short closing remarks from our three panelists on the call still. So we can start with Vera, and then Kathy, and then Catherine. So Vera, just some closing remarks. Thank you.
From me is that I would like to steal from what Kathy said, that women are powerful beings, and we have so much to offer. And yes, it is not going to be an easy road to break down so many barriers that we may find on our way, but we can do it because we have a next generation that comes after that and after them. So we need to set up that example and create a better world for them and even for us now. Thank you.
Thank you, Vera. Kathy.
Yes, so I think in summary, from everything else that you've said, and to echo what all the other ladies have said, I think it's to be curious, to stay curious, to have a passion for the industry, love what you do, get close to customers, don't be shy, don't be scared to ask questions. And if you don't know, ask someone who does know. And even if they don't know, don't give up. Ask all the right questions. Don't be scared to ask questions, and don't be shy. Don't be scared to think that you're going to ask a question that only a man could answer. It doesn't work that way. I think it'll be around being the curiosity part, and read, lots and lots of reading. It's amazing what it does to your psyche, and read everything, read industry, read crime novels, read all sorts of wonderful things, read some of the political novels. If you look at South Africa, how many novels are published. I mean, one of our ladies in the Cape is on the Booker Prize. She's one of the shortlisted for the Booker Prize. I mean, that is amazing. So yeah, be curious, stay curious, read lots, ask lots, and engage frequently, often. That's what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Catherine.
Yes, I think Kathy and Vera have really verbalized exactly what I wanted to say. I think the only thing I would add on is we are stronger together. Let's work together with our passion, our knowledge, our skills, and expertise, I think we're unbeatable.
Absolutely. Very Thank you very much, Catherine, Kathy, and Vera. Ladies and gents, let's give them a big hand. Excellent panelists, and also the Deputy Minister of Transport. We really appreciate you spending your time with us. Hopefully you can stay on of the rest of the program. It's still an exciting program. We will also, I think we're getting a lot of thumbs up there. There are some questions in the chat room which we will try and address during the second questions and answers, but a little bit later on. We've still got 4 very exciting presentations. We want to take a short break, but before we take the break, we want to do the competition quickly, the exciting stuff. Huawei, who's sponsoring 2 for this session, and then later at the end of the session, another 2 Bluetooth sets of speakers. So what I'm going to do is, they asked me to ask 2 questions from the minister's speech, the Deputy Minister's speech. And the first person each time has got the answer correct will win the Bluetooth speakers. All right. So be ready in the chat room. I'm going to ask the first question, and the first person that's got the answer correct will win the first set of speakers. And then I'll ask the second question, and then the first person correct there will win the second set of speakers. And Huawei will contact you and courier to you. So here comes the first question. The Deputy Minister said in the SONA, the State of the Nation address of President Ramaphosa, he said there are 2 things we need to fix before we can get the economy going again. 2 very important things. Name one of them. There we go. Thank you. We've got winners there. You can stop. We've got winners. Thank you. So Huawei will contact you and announce the winner for that first question. Then question 2. The minister said the Department of Transport engaged in serious negotiations with a certain sector of the public transport industry to fix public transport. What sector was that? Great, there we've got the winners already. Thank you very much. It was the taxi industry. So thank you very much. Huawei will contact you guys and then send the Bluetooth speakers to you. And thank you very much, Huawei, for your sponsorship. So ladies and gents, let's take a short, let's say 7 minutes break. I'll put up the clock, the timer, and we'll see you again in a few minutes' time, and we'll continue this exciting program. Thank you very much. All right, let's start moving back to our workstations so that we can start again the rest of this exciting program. Thank you, Catherine. Over to you.
Thank you, Harry. Our next speaker really is an industry icon and a pioneer in the bus industry. Dr. Nora Fakudi is the executive chairperson at Buscor, and the company itself has received international awards over the years. It's received awards for being the best transport company on a global basis. And Dr. Fagude has really been a champion, a leader, and a driving force in Buscor. She has received so many awards, I can't go through all of them now, but I'll just highlight a few. In 2015, she received the Certificate of Excellence by the Department of Transport in South Africa for a public transport service with a positive impact on the community. And I think this is what we'll hear a lot of in Dr. Fagude's presentation. It's about empowering the community, being sustainable, partnering with communities. It's not just about profit. She also has an honorary professorship with the World Academy of Great Minds. And last year, she won the Golden Arrow Award for outstanding service and contribution to the economic growth and development of the Mpumalanga province. So it's also with Dr. Fagude about economic growth, growing the economy, sustainability. And this year, she has been requested by the ANC to be part of the electoral committee, which is a committee which evaluates people who are to be elected as office bearers. So Dr. Fagude truly is an influential leader, and I'm very excited and privileged to hand over to you, Dr. Fagude.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Ms. Catherine Lakin, and thank you for your inspiring speech anyway. Before I get into I think the four ladies that spoke before me really gave us something to think about, to mull about, and to marvel at how ladies are empowering themselves. May I take this opportunity, Program Director, and greet our Deputy Minister, Medical Lady Magazi, Mr. Harry van Heestien, and your team, say, for having put this occasion together. Mr. Basil Govender from Samoa and your team, say, honorable guests, esteemed panel speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good day. I am indeed humbled and feel honored to be invited to be part of the panel of speakers in this auspicious virtual occasion. I must commend the Transport Forum for organizing this platform to share ideas that can benefit our country and create the much needed public transport system that will be safe and serve our people with much efficiency. Public transport remains a key umbilical cord that feeds life into our economic activities, as it is paramount to the movement of people, goods, and services. Without transport, we will have no economic growth, and therefore there will be no jobs. We have witnessed as proof how the interruptions of the transport flow in the recent protests in KZN and Gauteng affected the supply and demand of basic food items in some parts of our country. There is no doubt that as a country, we have come a long way since the advent of democracy in ensuring that we put the necessary policy frameworks in improving and regulating our public transport. I have very few concerns with the policy itself, but I, however, have serious concerns with the implementation and the speed in which it is implemented, if any. The snail pace in the implementation of the policy and transport strategies continues to be a challenge. There seems to be a disconnect amongst the three spheres of government when it comes to planning and implementation of all the policies and transport strategies. Program Director, we are all in agreement that we need new players in the public transport industry to drive transformation. And I can assure you there's no shortage if you look at the ladies amongst us. However, it is equally important to strike a balance of long-term investments by operators who need to build resilient and efficient transport companies that will provide safe modes of transport and in the process allowing new entrants without disrupting the operations of the other. The official policy of the Department of Transport is that any bus service that requires a subsidy should be competitively tendered. Provision is also made for negotiated contracts. The biggest challenge with regards to the interim contracts on the side of operators, which I believe 99% of operators are on interim contracts, is the duration of the contracts itself. Under general, the extension are linked to the MTEF, which is 3 years. In some instances, they are extended for 1 year. And in some cases, we used to have a month-to-month contract. These contracts and the type of extensions do not allow the operator enough time to invest in their operation. And in this applies largely to the new players as well. We need a minimum of 7 years to build a credible transport company or bus company. The banking industries are not even comfortable with financing buses for 3 years, let alone the uncertainties with the interim contract arrangement. The 3-year contract or extensions of the contract are limiting operators from building sustainable public transport companies, as financiers view the contracts as short-term and there's high risk, making it difficult for operators to access finance to capitalize their operations. And where they make finance available, it's at a cost, more costly than a comfortable contract. While we understand the need to go on a public tender, it is equally important to also understand the kind of investments that goes into building a transport company that needs to provide a safe mode of public transport. Sustaining the quality of the present operation becomes difficult, and the operator has to operate vehicles that may not be of such standards that it can offer safe and affordable transport. You have to have built a relationship with the bankers that they only have to trust the person running the company, not the paper, the contract that has to assist you in going to financiers to raise funding. That the other challenge that we face as operators is the rapid growth of settlements, informal settlements that have no basic infrastructure, such as roads, coupled with the lack of bylaws enforcement. And this means that we will always have to play catch up in ensuring that our people have access to safe modes of transport. The lack of planning for these settlements has a direct bearing on public transport availability. Increasing fuel prices are not helping. That also further exacerbates these challenges, and government shrinking budgets also makes it very difficult to keep transport costs affordable. Spatial patterns are still not integrating our communities. The poor continue to be settled far away from economic centers. The lack of comprehensive planning of transport systems without due consideration to social, economic, environmental, and cultural with valuable input and contributions, elements of these settlements, results in physical breaks in the fiber of communities and reinforce social exclusion. The impact on quality of life, and in the process, the environment cannot be underestimated. I strongly believe that it is time that the transport industry begins to have interest in other areas that affect local government, such as urban planning and planning for economic growth. These areas impact transport industry directly, as they are becoming a threat to our day-to-day operations. Each informal settlement that mushrooms exerts pressure on operators to also avail services to the area. The lack of infrastructure, such as roads, has huge cost implications on our operations. We have this problem with the informal settlements because you cannot say we can't provide you with transport, because people must go to work and they are there, they are settled, and we are forced as transport operators to send buses to ferry those people to work, because it's poor people. There's no way that you can say, find your way to town to do your job other than giving them transport. And again, the issue of the contracts that were operating under the interim contracts. I think it's 1991 contract, something like that. You don't have extensions, you're not covered. You run double the operations with the same amount of buses that you were supposed to operate 20, 30 years ago. Not forgetting the service delivery protests that have escalated our insurance costs, as we are the first victims to be targeted. Over the past 20 years, our company has lost more than 20 buses that were banned and stoned due to service delivery protests and labor unrest. Today, potential urban investors and entrepreneurs look at Africa and see these crowded, disconnected, and costly towns and cities. Such cities inspire low expectations for the scale of urban production and for the returns on investment, on the invested capital, making transport investment very expensive, as informal settlements have sprawled everywhere. Infrastructure planning, including transport, industrial and commercial planning, has been made more difficult. The transport policy cannot be implemented in isolation of how local government conduct its business when it comes to issues of planning for settlements. There needs to be wide-ranging planning that increases accessibility and provides an integrated transport system for people located in rural areas. Definitely need integrated transport system. It's high time, especially with this informal settlement where a bus can't drive and you need somebody to bring the passengers closer to the roads in order for them to can be transported accordingly. From a policy standpoint, the answer must be to address the structural problems affecting our towns and cities. Foremost amongst these problems are institutional and regulatory constraints that misallocate land and labor, fragment physical development, and limit productivity. As long as our cities and settlements lack functioning land markets and regulations and early coordinated infrastructure investments, they will remain local, overcrowded, crime-ridden, disastrous monsters that are unable to grow their economic potential, and mobility will be a nightmare and too costly to sort out. COVID-19 was the greatest disaster that hit our country and the world. And the minister has spoken a lot about it. However, how we as transport operators were impacted was that when we had to transport people within the limited times because there were curfews and your passenger load was reduced to 50%, it became a nightmare to start planning afresh because your normal plans were thrown out of the window. But we understood and we had to transport these people on time and make sure that they are not contracting COVID in our buses. And I don't think this challenge is going anywhere, because if you listen, they are talking about the fourth wave that is coming. And going forward, we as transport operators must also play our part to make sure that our buses are not super spreaders. We have to police the passengers to make sure that they adhere to the protocols. We had to make sure that buses are not super spreaders and that is not a mean feat. We have to provide sanitizers, PPEs for our staff. We had to share our staff to be seen as COVID representatives, and this is not about to change anytime soon. And without certainty of the contract, it is hard to plan and budget for these things. I mean, if we had long-term contracts, buying new buses, we have to provide something that is permanently in the bus to make sure that it takes the temperatures of people and people are getting sanitizers as they jump into the buses. But the community depends on us operators before they go to government. It is our feeling that government needs to look at our industry, look at the type of contracts that we need to tender for, assist with the protection of the passengers, and also create that environment that one can invest for further services and flexibility for the operators program. Program director, just when I'm getting into what Vera has, not Vera, Katie has challenged me. Yes, despite the short-term contracts that we have, we never stopped. as Busco. We pioneered the train buses that you see today. We ran a pilot and they were licensed. We introduced the PBS buses, which is the long buyout buses, and introduced them to the market also 16 years ago. We are still running them as a pilot today. We requested government to try and legislate them because that is the future. That should be a future of transport, especially in the rural areas where the roads are not growing, passengers are growing through the mushroom of this informal settlement. And you need a high volume capacity vehicle to accommodate everything, especially because the budgets are shrinking and subsidies are not growing. We came up with this bus, which has been 16 years running in our area of operations. And it is high time that government looks at this bus, looks at the tractorial code, look at the PBS system that we're using. We were the first company to join the RTMS, which is self-regulation. And Kathy and Tim can tell you the performance of our company, because we are striving to stick in the market and make sure that we provide the best transport and the best company for this rural woman who wakes up 3 o'clock to be at work at 5 o'clock in Nelspruit and back. Program director, without getting much into the challenges of policy frameworks in the country, I still believe that the sector possesses great opportunities for new players if all the regulatory frameworks can be better managed and implemented. I have also been requested to speak about my journey into this male-dominated public transport sector, which I must say spans over many years. In the bus industry, I am 40 years, but in transport itself, 61 years. I think I was about 11 or 12 when I was first exposed to the trucking business. My father was epileptic and we had no income. So my brother bought us a GMC truck and to assist us to make some income in order to make a living. Little did he know that my father couldn't drive the truck because he was epileptic. I was forced to drive that truck at an age of 11. And for those who know, those trucks, there was no electronics, there was no hydraulics. And when you go into the river, pull out sand, it would suck air. And I had to go underneath the truck, blow the truck, take out the air, and jump back and drive the truck. I couldn't even sit on the seat. There was a brick and a pillow that I was using to drive that thing. You needed to see how tiny I was in the truck to believe me. With all the oils, when you blow the truck, the oil spills all over your face and body. And many of the customers were amazed at this little girl who could drive a truck. In later years in life, after a new dispensation, to be precise in 1996, when opportunities availed themselves for Black people to participate in other sectors of the economy, I identified the military as an opportunity, knowing very well that it was not going to be that easy, as it was an African male-dominated industry. But I decided to shoot my shot. I applied for Vickers OMC, and I was accredited by AMSCO to supply bolts and washers for the military trucks. At the time, we worked on building our capacity, and we were later given a contract to build the military truck bodies and remanufacture their old truck bodies. 2 years later, in 1998, I was accredited by AMSCO to service, maintain, and refurbish military vehicles. I was doing Middleburg, Palabura, Special Forces, as well as Swaifreki, and I expanded in doing a number of things within the military. It was during that period when the then managing director of BASCO, Mr. Fred Kinye, identified my workshop to refurbish their BASCO buses. Our relationship with BASCO became stronger, and BASCO had a foreign investor, Jumla, who owned 24%. They appointed me to serve in the board of BASCO on their behalf. And in 4 years' time, they decided to disinvest in South Africa. And they so offered me their 24% stake, which I did take. Under I didn't know much about buses other than refurbishing buses, because I used to be a bush mechanic and I was calling myself a bush mechanic. But with the partnership of Mr. Kinye, who was an astute businessman, who took me under his wing and taught me everything I needed to know about running a public transport business, together with Mr. Matebula. Together, we worked hard to build one of the best bus companies in the world. And I can assure you that we are still the best, even though Mr. Kinye retired and I took bought some of his shares. The company is growing and still working and producing the best transport for the people of Mpumalanga. And within the transport industry, I went further to partner with Avis Fleet, and we were given a contract to run the SunPax vehicles. And while we were there until they took back the fleet, I think SunPax had the best fleet of buses, of cars and buggies and buses and trucks and everything. Program director, I can go on, but due to the interest of time, I would pause here. I hope that the story of this rural girl who grew up to play a role in the transport industry will give hope and courage to many of our women who aspire to join the industry. And I hope that it will further educate our male counterpart that women cannot be confined to the kitchen and that they too can play a role in the development and growth of the economy of our country. As it is the case with all these respectful women on this panel. Catherine, Kathy, Vera, Deputy Minister, I was back into class today, very encouraged, very honored to have listened to you, especially the two young ladies. And I can tell you there's a hope for women in the transport industry. And with the support and understanding that there is in the country, we can go far. Once again, thank you for affording me an opportunity to share my journey in this industry. May God bless you all. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fakudi. That was a really inspirational talk and absolutely fascinating and inspiring. And it does comfort me when you express your views about public transport and that you are happy with the policies. The focus really needs to be on the challenges around the implementation, which is where obviously we as women can also play a very strong role. So thank you once again. Our next speaker is Khatile Nkala. Now she is with the Transport Education Training Authority, where she serves as the Executive Manager of Corporate Services. Now, Khatile comes from a different profession, that of social science, industrial psychology, organizational development, and learning. So she's going to bring us a completely new perspective. Although she has worked in transport before joining the TITA as well. She actually worked at SA Express Airways, so she's got a strong aviation background as well. But Khatile's passion really is working with young people, and she has done a lot in terms of mentoring and supporting youngsters, particularly in KwaZulu-Natal, from her days at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And she really has focused a lot on mentoring, coaching, and supporting youngsters from disadvantaged communities. Khatile is very passionate about transformation, and she's going to talk to us about her journey in the industry, but she's also going to share with us TITA's offerings in terms of women in transport. TITA does offer a lot of opportunities for women. So I think that for us, as part of the session today, we can really learn a lot and see how we can access what TITA offers us. So Khatile, with that introduction, it's over to you, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Catherine Larkin, my dear friend. Catherine has not told you that we also meet on the road when we run. We discovered that very recently. Hyperventilating.
Yes.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Is it morning? It's afternoon. Good afternoon to our ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the program director, and you see the Zoom master and program director there is Sir Mr. Harry, leading us there in the front, leading all the women. You've got a harem of women, 100 and something women that you are leading. Thank you very much, Harry, for that. And thank you very much for the opportunity from the Transport Forum. I'm from Transport Education Training Authority, but I'd like to first tell you about myself. So today, I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. Catherine has opened the curtain for us a little bit there about my journey. I'll also share with you who TITA is, what we are about, what we do, what we have done importantly, what we plan to do for you, because I see we've got a lot of partners here and those who may be partners in the future, and how you can benefit, what is in it for you. So that's what I'll be looking after, or that's what I'll be talking about today. Let me just find. My slides, sorry about that. Let's start here. Professionally, Kathy shared with you that I come from the social sciences background, and therefore I studied social sciences, industrial psychology, industrial labor studies those days, that's what it was called, personal management, and then I did a postgraduate degree in industrial relations. Now, at the time, the reason I started venturing in many of these personal management, industrial relations was I realized that with the social sciences degree, the doors, those days, which was 1992, were still shut. Whoever door you knocked at, they looked for experience from you. And I was working at the university as a postgraduate student in the student administration after my degree. Then I had no opportunity to apply what I had learned in my degree. And therefore it was always difficult to find employment in that environment. And I then entered the work environment as an intern. Yes, at the time, the structure of the intern was not the outfit that you are used to today. You can imagine. All I did as an intern then was to lick envelopes at the administration, close them, put them aside for a more seasoned lady to come and check them for me and tell me this one is not closed properly. Please tear it, take out the contents, put it in another envelope. And I did. There was one thing that sustained me though. I never said once that, but I have a degree. You don't. And therefore, can I do something better? The times then, and my focus was, this is but a stepping stone for me. It's a springboard where I'll spring from and reach higher heights. After the university, I was spotted by someone who was a colleague of mine who already now was working in Johannesburg and was looking for an intern. Now here's the irony. At the university, I was earning more, but not in the right career I wanted to be in. Now this lady said, we've got an internship, but you'll earn 3,000 Rand per month. I already had a family, one child. And it also meant relocating to a 3,000 job salary per month. Now, Vera spoke about this and she touched core. Discussions with your loved ones and your sphere of influence are very important. And find those that can support your journey and support you in this journey. Now, the support that I found from my family and my husband was, don't ask me questions of am I thinking straight to leave the salary that earns more and come to a 3,000 Rand job. It's a journey, and the journey to a destination. If I do reach that destination, at the moment it's a journey, but a journey to higher heights was never in a straight line. It is always in a meandering fashion, and that's the meander I followed. That's when I went to Denel and I joined my colleague at Denel, and the tables were turned. You see, she was my colleague at university and now she was my boss. We worked very well. I went there to learn, and there was a lot I could learn in the environment. Those days in 1995, it was still male dominated, race polarized, and therefore there was a lot of barriers that were there, even though it was after 1994, but I was still focused. I knew what I was looking for. I am an intern now at Denel. One day, someone will spot me and I will be someone. And that's how I progressed, and that's how I worked hard. There I was a generalist. And someone spotted me later at Denel, and I joined another division as a manager. That was the first time I earned a salary of 100 and something. And what money is this? When I looked at the employment letter, from just being a generalist, just after internship to that, so I was spotted by someone. May I tell you, ladies that are in the room, I was spotted by a male. He was a managing director of one of the divisions at Denel. So the message is, support may come from some corners that you, if you had stereotypes, will not realize. And you may look down to, or may not actually think that support may come from there if you follow your stereotypes. I then went on to work at an airline thereafter. I actually worked at a logistics company that was supporting public transport for passengers on the apron. So that's the other side of the airport for you when you fly. I then left there, but there I was doing training and development nationally. And then I left and I joined the airline and I stayed there for many years. I started also as a generalist at the airline. So I went back to being a generalist. And I worked my way up to executive. And I stayed there for a long time. My journey was never in a straight line. And never once did I look down on an offering and say, but I am worth better than this. In fact, and instead, I've used that as a springboard to spring onto something bigger. And how did I achieve that? I will let you know just now. Let me just tell you about where I am now. Where I am at TITA, I joined as an HR manager. Again, I worked back a little bit because I stepped down from being an executive. I needed to look after me. And you'll see why I say that. And later I then joined and I'm now an executive in corporate services. But when I was an HR manager, my portfolio was never pure HR. I collaborated with a lot of colleagues and helped to bring the thinking to be according to our mandate. But that comes with a lot of experience. The meandering that I took have helped me to gain a lot of knowledge from people who were keen to bring knowledge to me and support from people. And that is why I was keen to collaborate with anyone, even if I'm not from HR, but to sit down and say, but why don't we do it like this? What are your thoughts on here? And that's how I also gained experience in marketing and events and all the other good stuff that comes with corporate services. And that's my professional part of the journey. But as a person, I also have I would call it a career in public speaking. And I'm a member of Toastmasters. And I joined just so that I could be able, when I said looking after me, that's the first thing that I did. I thought I need to shape my skills in public speaking. And I joined Toastmasters International. But I found that it's actually more than public speaking. I found that there's also leadership development. So I started as just an ordinary member, and then I joined their leadership up to where I was president of a club. And now today I'm an area director looking after an area in the East Rand. But I also hold a position also in Toastmasters International, one that I never thought I would be able to hold, where I'm a president of a club in Toronto, America. And that brings how a person's journey can meander. And while you meander, you gather experience, you connect, you learn. Because out of this, I lead a team of people from different countries. And I manage that through different time zones. Now they're still sleeping. They're going to be waking up just around lunchtime, actually now. And then I should be starting to work with them. Now that brings another experience or another skill that you require as a person to be able to be versatile, to be able to adapt. And that's what this has brought to me. But as a person, I'm an outdoor person. I love challenges. And that's why you see that I took on skydiving very recently, just for the fun of it, just to have a goal and say, I will conquer this goal very soon. And that's what I've done. I'm also a runner. I let you know that with Catherine, and here's Catherine on the picture. And because she's not looking, that's why I'm telling you now. I'm a runner, but out of running, you gain a lot of self-discipline. That's where you learn to put goals for yourself. That's where you learn to have strategies to achieve those goals. And that's where you learn resilience and hard work. And that's about me. But just generally to let you know that out of all that I've learned, I want to share 3 things with you, just 3. There's a list that I put down, but I just want to share 3 things with you. I said the first one, and I've repeated it many times. The journey is never in a straight line, and it always meanders. Surround yourself with people that are positive, because they will exude that and you will benefit from it, and they will support you. Learn to deposit in people. In other words, support people. You've heard that I work a lot with young people, and I support people in Toastmasters. You have to be a mentor. In fact, my mentor is in the audience today, evaluating my work as I do this now as part of public speaking. Deposit in people's lives, because the day you withdraw yourself, the results and the benefits will be phenomenal. Be receptive as a person. You are given feedback. I call it feedback. A lot of people can call it criticism. Be receptive and be open to that kind of feedback. Why? Because it will teach you, if you are interested, to look out for those points in you that you need to improve. Just don't take that feedback and do nothing with it. Use it, work on it, and bring improvement in your life. Have a survival kit. I know I said 3 things, but have a survival kit. In there, for me, I have a coach, I have a mentor, and I'm very lucky that here in this company, the Chief Executive Officer, Madam Mapifo Anofemprong, supports us a lot, especially women, in our journey as we progress and work. And I just want to leave this part of my journey with a quote. Each time a woman stands up for herself or for others, without knowing it possibly and without claiming it, that woman stands up for all women. And we've heard it from all other women that have spoken before me, all the work that have done for all other women, for you, for me. And that takes care of my journey. Now I'd like to share about what TITA is about, who we are, what we do, and what we have done, and a little bit about what the market profile is, so that you as our partners can also understand why at times things are the way they are, as the minister spoke about how transformation, and how Dr. Nora spoke about how transformation is and was at the time of her coming into the environment. So first, let's start with the vision statement. Our company, TITA, the vision is we are inspired visionary leadership through skills development within the transport sector. And our mission statement is there, but if I can just unpack it very quickly for you. We facilitate skills development programs that support the outcomes of the National Skills Development Plan. And it's important that we respond to emerging skills needs in the transport sector. And I underline that, emerging skills needs. Why? Because it's important that whatever we produce, you and us, is globally competitive workforce. Now, our values are the following. For us in the company, but when we do business with you, we put trust first, and we believe that we need to respect everyone that we work with, but we also ask that that respect also comes from ourselves. But we believe that when we lead that respect, it will come automatically. We believe that we need to be responsible for our actions and for our decisions, so that when we implement things or we stay close to our mandate, we are always responsible and we remain accountable. We believe that with positive attitude and commitment, we are able to achieve whatever that it is we need to achieve, and that is close to our mandate as TITA. We have key strategic drivers, and they are the following. Anything that brings economic development is key and is part of our strategy. And it's always important that we look at the skills needs in the industry as they change all the time. Anything that is of national priority in the country is part of our strategy. It's something that we need to look at, and it's something that we look at as part of our mandate. And of course, transformation of the industry is important. And that's what we do, and that's what we will continue to do, and to participate and to contribute, of course, with you. When we look at the change drivers that especially have not impeded, but have given a boost or being a catalyst, that's the word I was looking for, the catalyst to what we do. The effects of the COVID-19, and we had Dr. Nora spoke about it earlier, and other speakers earlier spoke about the effects of COVID-19 pandemic in the sector. As TITA, there are strategies and programs that we look at, that we have supported, that we continue to support, that you bring up at times, or that we lead, that we ensure that they respond to the effects of COVID-19. And of course, we always hear about the fourth, or it was the third industrial revolution, but the fourth, but how it has changed the skills in the sector, the shape and form of the skills. And it's important that we do research on that. We benchmark with other countries and we work with ministries of this country to make sure that at least we stay on track of what the impact of the fourth industrial revolution is on the skills that will impact how you do business and the type of skills that you will require as our partner in the market. Demographic changes and aging of employees. I have a slide that I will unpack that for you. It's important, and we've heard also in the National Development Plan how it's important that businesses grow SMMEs. And that's where the economy of the country lies. And we also keep our focus there. And lastly, policy frameworks affecting skills supply and demand is something that we always look at. That's something that guides us. Of course, out of these strategies, there are those that the board has thought and realized they also need to make sure that they are looked after and they show themselves in terms of programs and special projects that you always apply for funding. So anything that is in innovation and digitization is something that we look at because it's part of the fourth industrial revolution strategy that we need to support because you benefit from all those strategies and all those programs as our partner. Anything that is revenue diversification in our fray, we know that our industry has been impacted for a long time, not now by COVID, but earlier by violence, and not only this violence, but by earlier. And the fact that the economy was not doing well also was a negative catalyst for us. So we have suffered for a long time, and anything that can make us think outside the box and say, how can we help the transport sector? It's something that we will always welcome. Transformation we've spoken about. Now we look at stretching our tentacles to see what it is that we can do in Africa as part of what we can learn from Africa, but also what we can benefit from if they do come here in the form of Africa Trade. We spoke about SMME, but partnerships in TVET colleges is something that the Department of Higher Education has always advocated for. And it is out of your actions, if you can look at that and see how we can support our TVET colleges, because they are a stream for capacitating our young ones, but not necessarily our young ones also, but for knowledge and capacitating our workforce. Now, if we can partner with them through either supporting them in infrastructure or supporting them in capacitating their lecturers or anything, that is what we will support as TETA, and that's where our strategy is, especially from the board, special projects. Now let's look at what the sector looks like. You, as you are sitting there, some of you are here today. Now, 56% of the people that are in this room are registered transport companies, some of them, and they are active. But 26% of them have deregistered, and it speaks to the slide where earlier I said the transport sector has taken a knock, but for a long time. And Harry spoke about it, I think mentioned it a bit earlier. 13% of that have stopped trading completely. 4% are estates, and 1% cannot be traced through SARS. And why is this slide important? Because it unpacks this onion for us, that who are our partners, who is in this transport sector. This slide is detailed, and I just go through very quickly, but it's designed to show you, and it comes from the WSP and the ATRs that you submit to us. So we look at that work and see also from SARS who our partners are in this journey. So at the bottom there, that's where you will see what that 56% it looks like, and the 4% from the estates. But it is out of, these are our chambers, we call them chambers, and sitting here you do understand. But for those who may not be coming from the industry, it's those pockets out of the transport sector where there's aviation, there's rail, there's road freight, and there's road transport, which is what brought us here today. But just in general, that's what the sector looks like. Now, we in the transport sector, did you know that we are the 7th highest employer? And this is according to the labor force survey, the quarterly one. Now that tells you that we are as big as well, mining and others are bigger than us, manufacturing, but we are also one of the biggest. But the next bullet now explains to you what has happened over time, that 92,000 of our employees compared to last year the transport sector reported an annual decrease of that amount of 92,000. So the story is the transport sector has shrunk. And that's what these numbers are telling you on a quarterly basis and year on year. So this is something that we need to focus on and concentrate on and come out with strategies as to how we can resuscitate, but how the transport sector can survive. Now, we spoke about, and some speakers earlier have spoken about transformation in the sector, but let's look at who and what do we mean by, say, transformation, and it's male-dominated, all those. Now, out of the quarterly labor force survey, you see that in terms of race, 73% of the employees there or participants in the transport sector are African. And then the numbers go down like that. 12%, for example, are Indian and colored. But this is work that's it. In one hand, when I joined the transport sector a while back in aviation, at that time when there was that Litsema round table discussions with Mekoni, she was the deputy transport minister then. The quest was to transform in terms of race. And these are the results. That was many years ago. So it has been transformed in terms of race and according to the statistics of the country. But let's look at what gender looks like. Now, in terms of gender, you realize that this is why every speaker who has spoken here today said the transport sector is male dominated, and these are the numbers. 82% of our staff in the industry are male. And when we talk about transformation, this is where we need to focus our energies and strategies to find out how best can we bring this transformation. And all of you sitting here today are part of our partners, and we can work together to bring this change. And this part is important, especially when we look at how quick the pandemic has managed to wipe out the population. And these figures, though, are before, because it's the ATRs that were submitted. But you realize that in terms of age, 56% or close to 57% of what we found in the ATR and WSP, which is IO employees, the ages are between 35 and 55. So that's the solid age where a lot of our employees, and they are mobile, they move from one area to another. But this is the age where they are. Transformation again, in terms of people with disability, we are still lagging behind, but as a transport sector, is something that we need to look at and come up with a strategy that will address that. Now, after having looked at how the transport sector looks like, let's look at who has benefited from any of the programs that TITA has run with you. Because TITA supports the programs that you put forward and ask for funding, or at times that we also realize we need to fund for the benefit of the transport sector. Now, 54% of the fund of the beneficiaries were female, were male, and 46% were female. But why? That's because that basket has got a lot of males, and that's what the other slide has said. 72% of the staff there, of the people are male. So if you are going to fund anything, you will have to find from those males. However, there are strategies and work that has been done by you as partners and many other companies here that they've been innovative in finding ways of finding those women to be able to fund them so that they break the barriers and go into those areas where they've previously been male dominated. And I think about the work that is done by CTA, by Kathy Bell, who spoke earlier, and all of you that have been here that do wonderful work in supporting truck drivers, for example, and all the other work that is done by others to support women, to make them break that barrier where the environment has always been male dominated. And this slide just shows you that that's where we had come from, where out of the tracer studies, 60% of the beneficiaries or of the funded programs were male. But now, at least I showed you earlier that it now went to 54%. So with concerted effort between you and us, we can change the picture, we can change the narrative as all the rest of people say. Now, if we just peel that onion again, where we said 56% and all that, let's look at which sectors within us here have managed to find a balance between how many can be funded as male and how many can be funded as female. And that's what you have here. There are a lot of, I know the slide says it is evident that aerospace only was, but otherwise we observe and acknowledge the concerted effort from all of you. But when you look at these numbers, you realize that's where, in terms of your strategy, as our partner working with us, you can change your strategy and make sure that it responds to the needs that are in the sector, where you need to bring a fine balance between what you can fund for women and men, and make sure that at least you change the picture. And if there are no women, of course, let's work together to find them, employ them. Now, the SPOI, I like how they call it the SPOI list, and you can see, you can see what it is. But this is a list that shows you, in terms of occupations, which ones are of priority from you, and this comes from you. You've told us that truck drivers, diesel mechanics, bus drivers, transport clerks, freight handlers, fishing boat skippers, delivery drivers, electricians, tanker drivers, and logistics managers are those skills that you've said are hard to fill vacancies or hard to find people, but they are of priority, and here they are. So if we want to make any concerted effort to make a change or impact the picture of the industry, we need to start from here. Now, we just want to share a little bit about the work that we have done that was sparked by what happened with the pandemic. We had to find those SMMEs. We did say that they contribute a lot in the economy, and at least fast track their development and give them something that they can do, develop them and make them contribute to what was of importance at the time. And I'm talking about the pandemic of COVID-19. Now we know that in the demand and the supply and the need for essential goods and services sparked very high. We know from the studies that were done and from the work that our logistics partners were doing here, you know, you as our partners. But we had to fund, together with other SETAs, to fund anything that was going to support the supply and demand and distribution of COVID-19 essential services. And we provided opportunities for small SMMEs and cooperatives in the value chain of manufacturing, procurement, and distribution of these goods. And how did we do that? Yes, we did with other SETAs, but that work translated into this that you see here today. For example, 200 unemployed youth were trained as motorbike drivers, and they delivered through Take A Lot and Uber Eats, and 300 unemployed youth as just drivers for logistics companies. So they delivered through vans and for Take A Lot. But there was this project, which was big, we called it the China project, where we took our artisans for them to go and learn in China how to, you know, look after the car. I forget what the word is now. But when they came back—
Katila, just note the time.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so let me just leave it there, and that's the kind of work that we did. But how can you, as somebody that's sitting here as our partner, or somebody who wants to join us, how can you benefit from this? There are opportunities that always need to be aligned to our strategic goals, and that's what you need to know. And they need to be addressed, they need to address specific national priorities, and they must support the National Development Plan. And there are two methods of accessing the funding. It is through the mandatory grants, and the other one is through the discretionary grants. So if you go onto our website, but as a partner, you do know, in fact, you have a lead or a person that you always get hold of in order to be able to find all this work. But otherwise, this slide and all the others were just pictures of the work that we've done for this Women in Transport, as we have done it over the years, with all of you supporting the work that women have done. And with that, I'd like to say thank you very much for having us here. And we hope that we have made an impact with all the other women, and hoping that we will continue to make the impact to help others and to help each other to make an impact in our transport sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Khatila. That was a very energizing, inspirational, and very motivating presentation. Thank you very much for sharing your story with us. I learned quite a few new things about you. And also thank you for exposing us to the opportunities that Teacher offers. So I'd like to encourage everyone really to access those opportunities, explore them, learn more, and leverage the opportunities that we actually do have in the industry. Next up is Dr. Anna Mokhokong, who is the chairperson of Community Investment Holdings. Unfortunately, Dr. Mokhokong could not be with us today as she had a prior engagement, but we have recorded her presentation, which Harry is going to share with you. Now, Community Investment Holdings, of which Dr. Mokhokeng is a co-founder, actually has shares in a number of transport companies, including Crossroads, as well as the Larimar or Putco group. So she also has a lot of experience in the industry. I think Community Investment Holdings was founded in 1995, so that's over 20 years ago. But interestingly, Dr. Mokhokeng actually studied to become a doctor, and she qualified as a doctor. But her entry into business and entrepreneurship is very interesting. So I thought I would just share with you how she got into the industry. While Dr. Mokhokeng was studying at Mudunsa to become a doctor, she started selling handbags and belts to her fellow students and residents at the time to earn some income. And through a contact she had in Swaziland, she was given 40,000 rands worth of stock. Her business became such a huge success that it diversified to include African clothing and curios. But the lecturers at medical school at the time were not very pleased with her focus in this area, and they tried to discourage her from running her business to focus more on her medical studies. But she was doing so well in any event, it wasn't really a strong argument. But what subsequently happened is that she managed to sell a business for 150,000 Rand at the time, and she used this to start the Hebron Medical Center in 1992. And she overcame significant obstacles. She built the healthcare center from a zero base into a primary healthcare and baby welfare clinic with over 40,000 patients, serving 8 villages in her area. So that's just one of her incredible success stories. Her focus now is obviously on Community Investment Holdings, but what an incredible start in life. So well done to Dr. Mokhokeng. So Harry, if I can ask you to share her story.
Catherine, my journey in transport and logistics began over 20 years ago when our company, Community Investment Holdings, invested in Crossroads Distribution, this being a road freight company. However, on the 30th of June, 2006, an empowerment opportunity arose when Putco was delisting. I was invited as a female business leader to form part of the female entrepreneur shareholding. I started initially with a 4% shareholding and since increased to 18%. Due to my qualifications, as I'm armed with a BSc degree and a medical degree, as well as currently now an honorary doctorate in degree in business, due to my business acumen, I suppose, spanning over decades in a diversified portfolio, I was fortunate enough to be afforded the opportunity of chairmanship of the company Putco Larimar Group. And it's been a humbling experience and journey, as Putco is a huge employer, employing a lot of people from various communities and serving a very sensitive clientele and population. This was not just an ordinary financial investment, but rather an investment and a contribution into broader society by affording vulnerable communities who, due to legacy issues, live very far away from their place of work, And this investment, I view as an enabler for them to travel to their place of work. One has had to place the financial interest last, without enjoying dividends for a long time, but rather for us as a board and as shareholders to consider subsidizing our needy commuters who cannot afford high ticket costs. What they pay for their transport to work is a significant percentage of what they activity of ticket increases has a profound impact on their ability to place bread on the table. This investment, I view, also calls for closer collaboration with government to form formidable partnerships that can unlock more value for all stakeholders, to enable us to run sustainable businesses and render efficient services. These buses need to be serviced. They need to be replaced after a while. They need to be in a good condition so that they can be decent and safe. The transport sector, in my view, is not just a procurement process, but rather a social service that makes all things work to the betterment of the lives of all our communities. The barriers to entry for women to extend to ownership in the public road passenger transport sector is very high. Lack of funding for women-owned businesses to enter the freight and passenger bus industries remains a huge challenge due to the high cost of ownership of the assets. These equally are not supported by long tenure sustainable contracts and are unfundable as a result. Gauteng Women in Transport is one of the few women-owned and operated businesses in the public passenger transport space. We need to create more opportunities for new entrants and more players. The taxi industry has also not created a conducive environment for women due to the patriarchal environment of that sector. Taxi ownership has been mostly a man's turf. We must encourage women to get involved also in the value chain of the taxi industry, freight, and passenger bus services. We need to challenge government to regularize this sector so that women can be afforded the opportunity of participating equally. It cannot be just open-ended as it is, as this is how transformation and equality can be achieved. The whole range of opportunities in the value chain have not been fully explored, and women must participate in this as well. Industrialization of this sector must also be enjoyed by women and not a male privilege. Factories and industries can be established to be a formidable job creator. Generally, women have been known to organize themselves in stokvels and other social groups, clubs. However, they seemingly struggle to create strong networks in business. The South African Network for Women in Transport was formed in 2015 to create a platform for the government and business to engage on issues affecting women in this sector. Their immediate task was to convene all stakeholders and develop a model for tangible economic transformation, entrepreneurship, and employment opportunities for women in order to break barriers to entry into the transport sector and strengthen women's enterprises. These organizations must have teeth that bite into spheres of influence and be impactful. The problem with women's organizations, my experience is that we seem to talk most of the time. However, we must begin to see change and impactful change. We all have a responsibility to encourage women to enter and succeed in the transport industry by advocating for coaching, training, development, partnerships, negotiating funding on their behalf, because funding is the key to everything. Lobbying for policy changes that will support skills transfer, and enable the sustainability of women-owned enterprises. I challenge all women in leadership positions in the sector to mentor at least one young woman or company in their area of work and actively create opportunities for them to thrive and progress to the next level. At PATCO, we have partnered with Gauteng Women in Transport in a joint venture that gave impetus to their business. I feel gratified that I selected this sector as an investment area, as I believe I have a broader mission to serve our stakeholders and clients who come from vulnerable communities by transporting them to work. This is an impactful contribution in their lives as an enabler to their economic upliftment by taking them to work. They earn meager earnings and can't afford expensive transport. For us, it should not only be about profit making. It's so painful to see how some of our commuters leave their homes as early as the crack of dawn, but ensure they bring those meager earnings home to educate and feed their children. These, in their majority, are mothers and breadwinners. I feel this is a worthy cause. It's also disheartening to note that these women hardly even have time to be with their families as they spend most of the day on the road, traveling to and fro from work. Their quality of social lives must be very challenging. And this is why at PATCO, we set aside declaring dividends and rather focus on rendering a sustainable service. We also have had to set aside our bus replacement program due to lack of funding. This is a clarion call for all our support so that we all come together, unite, and come up with solutions that can bring about change for social cohesion in our country. An effective public transport system is a catalyst of an explosive economic development. One has had to place financial interest last, but however, what can you do when there's a need in the community, in society? What our clients pay for their transport to work is a significant percentage of what they earn. The sensitivity of ticket increases has a profound impact on their ability to place bread on the table. So what I'm saying is that this is a sector that is very delicate and sensitive, and it needs all of us to come together, work together, and find solutions so that we can progress as we face the future of rebuilding the economy of our country. Thank you.
Dr. Mokokong, I wanted to ask you, obviously as a woman in a very senior leadership position, what kind of barriers or challenges have you faced over the years, and what have you done to overcome these?
I think, Catherine, the most important thing is your self-esteem and your confidence as a person. Because, when you face challenges, if you haven't got that balance right, then you crumble. I mean, business in South Africa and globally has really been a man's world. And it's not about racism or anything. It's about, the sexist environment, the patriarchal environment that we live in. And it's like that all over the place. I've traveled the world. I've found a similar kind of situation. So unless as a woman you prepare yourself, your self-esteem, and you read, you research, you are knowledgeable, then you can't join the boardroom table. So you've got to have that confidence and be able to face the man as an equal. And without being aggressive, I found that you don't need to be aggressive. Rather, you need to be assertive and own your space. Once you do that, you have won the battle. And men, to be quite honest, are quite meek individuals. They're not aggressive when you approach them from that point of view, because then they see you as a partner, but once you are aggressive and you can't come down on them, then everything falls apart. So these are the little things that I've learned over the years. And how you have to be strategic to win a point in an argument than rather being argumentative or being aggressive, you know, because then you lose their attention, you lose their support.
And Doctor, working with other women, how does that support what you do? And is it easier to work with, do you find, oh, I'm going to have to reword this, but how do you work with other women? How does it help you in achieving your goals? And how important is it to collaborate with other women?
I would say, unfortunately, at the beginning, I didn't have other women to work with. I was on my own. I mean, being the first woman on the board, in many instances, I found I was the only one. So what I had to do was to influence policy to enable others to come and have more and more. I found two scenarios. The one scenario was women who are really keen to work, to learn, and also move upward. And those who were very keen to emulate me and to join me in my way of doing things, and also, you know, going up the corporate ladder. They were very keen. Then you find those that have a complex and they don't tend to do well because, you know, you need a certain level of assertiveness to be able to do these things. So I found two kinds of groups of women, those who are really keen to do it and those who don't have self-confidence, and then they tend to follow behind. So I found that to be quite a frustration because often when they are afforded an opportunity, they miss out, you know, on really moving in heavily. So I don't mind working with either groups. I work very well with men, extremely well, because I found a way of how to work with them. And with ladies, I also equally find it quite easy to work with, but I found this problem of confidence and self-esteem, people lagging behind. And unfortunately, this race, the way it is, you've got to keep running, you know, and you can't slow down. So you need a lot of energy levels to be able to keep up, you know, with the pace.
Thank you, Doctor. There also, I found amongst women, there's this very strong tendency for women not really to promote themselves, whereas we find men have a lot of confidence to share what they do, position themselves in the industry, and really build their reputation. What would you say to women who are reluctant or cautious about promoting themselves and sharing their skills and knowledge with their networks?
Yeah, I think the networks are profound. You have to belong to a certain network of either influence or support, you know, because that's how you can share your problems and your challenges and exchange of information. And men do this very well socially as well. You know, they go and play golf or they do things together. They have that thing of creating strong networks. I think we are weak at that. And we tend to work in silos, you know, on our own, because sometimes you feel, oh, you know, if I share with someone, you know, she might take my space. You know, you don't view that knowledge actually should be exchanged. And there should be a flow of experiences, exchange of knowledge. And that strengthens you as a person. Because you could be having a challenge by yourself that someone else has already had and already has a solution. So by exchanging and that flow of information, I think it's very, very essential. It's critical.
Thank you very much, Harry. That was a really energizing, positive, action-packed presentation from Dr. Mokgokeng. So thank you very much for sharing that with everyone. Now, our final speaker for today is Marcella Nhlapo. She is the Chief Visionary Officer at the African Rail Industry Association, and she has been with them for over 3 years. She actually comes from a background of marketing. She's got a BCom degree in marketing as well as an LLB degree. And she's got more than 2 decades worth of experience in manufacturing and technical businesses. You will find with Marcella, she's very future focused, action orientated, and really focuses on getting things done, particularly in the rail industry. And she's a very strong advocate for third-party access, as she firmly believes in rail and what third-party access can do to create jobs and boost the economy. So thank you, Marcella. I'm looking forward to listening to your story and your messages, particularly with regard to rail and what it can do to build the economy and bring more women into the industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible. Good afternoon to the queens out there in transport. My name is Marcella Nhlapo. I am the Chief Visionary Officer of the African Rail Industry Association. And the visionary part is what I have given myself as a title, because with the type of work that we do as women in this sector, we must have a big vision. And it's not just being an executive in an organization, but the visionary part comes with it. And as a visionary in this sector, and as a woman in this sector, I think it's very important that we look into the future, that as women, how are we going to start having our fair share of the piece of the cake in the rail industry and what the future unfolds. Harry, can go into to the next slide, please. The rail industry, I think, is we are in an exciting times. One may think that Marcella is probably smoking something, because we're seeing that the PRASA, or rather the infrastructure, has been largely destroyed pre-lockdown and post-lockdown as well. But where there is a problem, there's an opportunity, particularly for women that always see an opportunity in the midst of misery. But we're also equally excited about the structural reform that were announced by government. Next slide, please. I'm going to the background and the context behind my presentation. I'll give a brief overview of what third-party access is, branch line concession, and we'll wrap it up in terms of where are the opportunities for women, women-owned companies, manufacturing, services companies are looking at in terms of the future of rail in this country, on the region and on the continent. I would like to view this presentation not only from the South African perspective, but from the African continent perspective, as we march in one voice as an industry, as Africans working with our brothers and sisters on the continent. Next slide one, yeah. The background and the reality of where we find ourselves as a country and as a sector is that rail industry, it is under duress. That is no lie, and we need to be honest with ourselves as South African. And this is despite having a rich heritage of the railway sector. I mean, the first train ran from the 1860s, over 100 years of beautiful history of rail in the sector. We have 36,000 kilometers installed, which is more than 80% of the entire continent's infrastructure. And I think what makes us unique is that the infrastructure that we have in place has been there for decades and is unmatched for the continent. We are under duress. Most companies have closed down or gone under, largely because of the lack of procurement that we've seen in the industry and other factors that affected the industry. But what is important is to recognize the negative impact of this duress that we're talking about, from whether it's the corruption, from the famous 1064, the PRASA Public Protector report, the Shufambo leasing contract cancellation, the so-called toll trains that were not really toll trains, the insourcing of activities from taking work away from private sector and bringing that work back into state-owned entities, and therefore leaving the industry naked and without work, and actually working against the very same policies that the government is trying to promote. You can't have a reconstruction and redevelopment of an economy by giving a policy and taking away in other instances. So we need to have government firmly buying into their own policies. But the exciting news ahead of us. On the 15th of October 2020, His Excellency President Ramaphosa announced that they will be allowing third-party access onto the core network, and he anticipated that this will take 12 months. 12 months from October, I'm expecting that we should have something by September this year. We are working with government to try and facilitate the process as much as quickly as possible. Now, this is the network of the South African Railway. We have, as I said, 36,000 kilometers installed of track, 23,000 route in terms of kilometers. You'll see the red line going down there, that is the Oryx line, and the green patch is generally your general freight, and the small black lines is your branch line that are considered, at least in terms of the study that we have launched, rather of further no use to the industry. Our railway track is that of equivalent of Germany, and it will cost us at least 1.5 trillion rand to replace that. And then that just the cost itself on how much it will take to replace what we have in place today takes the argument between Cape gauge and standard gauge into the dustbin. We need to use what we have. We need to use what we have effectively. We need to use the gauge that we have that complies with the asset in terms of rolling stock that we have. So you need to maximize what we have as a country of rolling stock, whether it's the gauge from South Africa into the neighboring states, where we've made a decision that will stay on Cape gauge. Next slide, please. The freight volumes in general, you see that on this diagram reflecting from 1949, way before I was born, to the 1920, which is quite recent. Largely, there is a significant decrease in general freight since 1973, and then also attributed to other policy changes in government, whereas there was a time where we, as a country, there was a law in place that certain bulk freight will be on railway, and that in itself, that policy on its own, fed the rail industry in terms of manufacturing, and therefore bring about the necessary skills that would come with such a policy support and creating employment. But we have seen significant reduction in 2018 as well. And we expect that there will be further reductions in 2020, but largely because of infrastructure being stolen, and in COVID, the pandemic having played a role. But my view is that we during pandemic, actually, we were supposed to be one of those few railway or the transport sectors that would have seen at least an increase. But unfortunately, we didn't see that. Next slide, please. Now, third-party access, many have asked, what is this third-party access? And the simplest way to translate this is that you and I have free will to drive on the freeways. I can drive on the N3, I can drive from Joburg to Durban, and but on our rail networks, that is still largely state controlled. And if now government is introducing this structural reform, it can only mean that you and me will benefit from the structural reform. In particular, that this talks to the government policy of the National Development Plan, the medium strategic framework, and also the reconstruction and economic recovery plan as introduced by government last year in October. But now these policy documents are not new. The Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan is just an add-on on other plans that have been there. And as private sector, we need to start talking to government and not talking past each other with government. Now we have the white draft paper on national rail policy, and then we had a treasury document on economic strategy for South Africa, and now we have economic regulation of transport bill, of which it was in Parliament recently, where we contributed as an organization. Now the reconstruction and recovery plan, we as private sector, the government has a plan. The government cannot bring life to the plan. We need to be implementing partners to ensure that we benefit ourselves. If we are not going to take active role in terms of operationalizing this plan, therefore we will lose out. If we are not in the game, we won't be part of the game going forward. As I've said before, that the president set himself a deadline. Now from this major, very important announcement in the railway sector since I was born, the structural reform in itself, there's a lot of work to be done, and it has been identified as a pilot project, or rather priority project by government. We know to government that the top three priorities, it is water, it is energy, and it's transport. There is no economy in the world that is able to turn around the economy of that particular sector without having a decent and truly decent transport that talks to the needs of the sector, so that one is able to grow the economy. Next slide, please. Now, the key questions regarding the third-party access is that would it have a meaningful impact of unlocking growth? We think so. Does it require significant investment from the state or physical support? Maybe not so much. Is it value generating for the state? Absolutely. Which sectors of the upstream industry will benefit? Up and down will benefit, and most likely will create new sectors and new opportunities on the side that were never really available for participants, in particular women in this sector. With the support of South African railway sector, and does the capacity to respond? Absolutely, we have the capacity to respond. And actually, the continent is looking down and says, Africa, South Africa, you need to lead this revolution of integrating the continent. It's not only about services, it's about the manufacturing capacity, it's about training, it's about funding. We have women-owned businesses that are in the funding space that can fund women-owned businesses that are in rail. So it's a matter of knowing where the opportunities are, positioning yourself as a woman-owned business or as women in this space to take our space in this very important sector. What requires to happen? Collaboration with government, with key government areas. We need to not wait for government. As an organization, we are doing a study on the practical implementation of third-party access. Now, this study will look at different avenues, such as the technical and compliance, which will ensure that when we are allowed as a sector to access the core network, then we'll therefore make sure that our assets, our rolling stock, does comply with the necessary compliance requirement from the Railway Safety Regulator and the Transnet standards. Then we have a funding workstream that look at, does the funding market have an appetite to fund this wonderful opportunity? We're talking to banks, and we are being supported by RMB and ABSA. We're also looking at the legal and regulatory staff. There we have subcontracted one of the best legal firms in the country, Weber Wenzel, that is leading, and they're also looking at the public law consideration of having a third-party access, which is relatively new for us as a country, but they were also looking at the international precedents, looking at the UK, how the UK has done things in the past in terms of access, of allowing third-party access onto their core network, but also looking at the Australian example as well. Next question, next slide, please. The meaningful change that we're aiming to see with third-party access is that most of the bulk freight, with the exception of iron ore and coal, can move back on rail. So that will free about some of the congestion that we see on the road. But most importantly is that there's an estimated of 45 billion rand in rolling stock alone that could require to be serviced. Now, if as a private operator now have a demand, that demand then brings about having a need for rolling stock. Who's going to manufacture this rolling stock? There is capacity and expertise locally to manufacture the rolling stock. So with a simple free structural reform, the domino effect is unheard of. So it's about time that as South African, there is no longer private sector and private sector, but there is a South African railway industry that seeks to work together to ensure that the survival of this long-standing industry is not killed, but really it relies on the women and men of this country. And so the meaningful change that will come with the structural reform, it will have a serious impact on the economy of South Africa. But in my view is that when the country benefits, the biggest beneficiaries in this instance must be women, and that should not be negotiable. State investment, so that we're looking for, it could be negotiated, or rather a question of, I believe that there will not be much investment that is required. 80% of the network has significant capacity, and we actually think that there's more that could be done on the capacity that is out there, as long as private sector is allowed onto the network. Your coal and iron ore are currently at maximum capacity. So this is not an area of which we think as an association is appealing at the moment, because there's no demand there. And we believe that there's no extra investment that will be required to bring about a third-party access. And actually, there is no legislation that prevents third-party access from happening today, as a matter of fact. We just need to ensure that we work with government to put all the necessary measures and in place, particularly your safety measures, to ensure that this can be implemented smoothly as soon as possible. And hopefully we can meet the deadline of the president, as he said himself, 12 months from the 15th of October. And I suppose this year during Transport Month, those are some of the expectations that we'll expect that government would have put in place to ensure that this third-party access does happen without any further delays. The value to the state, there is a massive network with excess capacity. We all know that the 23,000 odd kilometers that is currently available to use is not sufficiently used. And actually 80% of that 23,000 is available. And I think as a sector, we can assist our country to increase the freight flows between point A and point B. So there is excess capacity. And international precedence shows that a significant incremental in cash flows, particularly from the third-party access, it actually is to the benefit of the state and will contribute to track maintenance cost. The regional and trading partners that have moved to this model supporting interoperability, including the likes of Tanzania and Zambia. So what we're seeking to achieve, it's not new. Other countries are actually leading this. So we need to get on board if we want to still compete in this sector. And if I can make another example, during our level 5 lockdown, we have actually, as a country, diverted a traffic from South Africa into a plan B, which was Tanzania. So chances are when we shut down, when we don't improve on what we have, if we don't improve on the efficiency that we offer as a country, we actually opening up ourselves to lose the market that we have, and therefore have those freight flows flowing into other countries. So by having third-party access is not only for the country, but also to make sure that we don't lose what we have already. Regional trading partners, this also talks to the gauge issue. We know that Botswana, Namibia, or SADC on its own, that there's still a significant large number of Cape gauge. And the Cape gauge does not only stay with the line itself, but it also has a lot to do with the rolling stock. If my car, which is a rolling stock, is built for the South African railway, South African roads, it will be difficult to have this very expensive asset which is carted just for the sake of having a nice to have a standard gauge. We think the standard gauge works, but at the moment, in particular where we find ourselves in a country or the continent with constrained fiscus, we better stay with what we have and work with what we have. Now, the following sectors will benefit greater efficiency that will be brought about growth in the railway sector. Agriculture. I don't know, most people know that your grain storage facilities have always had rail sidings. Now we're trying to get rail back onto rail. There was a time in our country where 80% of grain used to be transported by rail. Now that 80% is on road now, but we need to get that back onto rail, so as to ensure that we free up our roads, reduce the cost of maintenance of the roads, and further, there are freight that should stay in road. We're not saying that everything should be moving to rail, but grains, citrus, timber, sugar surely should be going back to rail. Your minerals for domestic coal, steel, and cement, those are should be on rail. Your cement, traditionally they have a silo, they have a rail siding. There's absolutely no reason why this should be on our roads, and should actually will save us billions as a province and as a country. And these are some of the commodities that we think should be on rail rather than on road. Now, the most beautiful, the benefit for women is that we get to know about the changes that are coming. Now, we can prepare ourselves for this transformation that is about to take place. There's a lady earlier on that there's a male-dominated industry and from the engineering background. The reality and the most exciting part is that there's more and more women graduating, Black women, fantastic engineers that are being skilled into this sector. So as part of third-party access, this is one of those that will start opening up opportunities, and the queens will be properly represented in this space. There's a lot of opportunity for us. Take up your space, queens. And the improvement of and representation of professional women in state-owned entities and all technical areas. As part of preparing for this presentation, we went and looking at about the spend of particularly PRASA on women-owned entities. It was lagging at about, let's just say, less than 15%. And it was quite a shock that in this democracy where women are in the majority, but at a significant state-owned entity like PRASA, you find that the spend on women-owned businesses is this little, whilst we are in the majority of the country. So those must change. We are not asking, we are demanding as women of this country that are the users of the services, that this must change. Participation of women in this sector, it is not catering. We are well equipped technically and otherwise to run a significant business. In fact, we should actually be having at least 40% of PRASA spend being with women-owned companies. Having a creation of a like-minded people, which will allow that as individuals, we're allowed to develop these skills. We, as women in this space, we must start talking as one. And what breaks my heart is that we live in an industry where we continue seeing our sisters, our queens, we congratulate them being appointed into these spaces. They suffer whilst we stand on the lines and look. I can name names where women in this space were severely harassed in these spaces. And we stood on the side and we watched. And I want to appeal to railway women and men out there that we should not allow women in these spaces to be abused in this form. There are many women that have left these industries with a broken heart. Others have stayed in hospitals because we were not supportive of each other. And women that are leading in their organizations, make your workspace women-friendly. If somebody that reports to you has to take their child to hospital, has to stay at home with their sick child, let our environments be women-friendly, because we have other responsibilities that society has dumped on us. So in order for us to be able to be good at what we do on a professional level, we should also make sure that we support each other. We must make the changes that we want to see in our spaces. It is up to us. From the rail manufacturing point of view, there are a number of women that are already manufacturing in this space. And these women-owned companies have gone through your supply and development program, have SMMEs, and unfortunately, when state-owned entities, or rather when the state does not have money, the fiscal is challenged, and you only have two companies or clients, that is PRASA and Transnet, your business is severely compromised. So by having third-party access is actually in the best interest of the industry, that instead of having 2 clients, then you'll have 10 clients. That will diversify your business. That Should there be problems that we've seen in the past at PRASA and Transnet, your business does not close down, you are able to sustain your business. But sustaining your business is only not from the local industry, but you are able to use the local industry as a building base so that you are able to start exporting your goods and services. From the finance point of view, there is huge capacity that is available within the South African space and worldwide that's available to fund the third-party access and the structural reform that comes with this change in policy. From the property perspective, your rail regional hubs are set to have your rail as efficient. Should we have an SEZ somewhere in Pretoria, where, say, around Roslyn, can we get the communities around there not to do catering? We want to start doing real work. We want to start doing real work that contributes significantly. And it's not that we are not capable. We don't want to be empowered. I am empowered already. But dear men and women in the industry, don't block my way. Get out of my way. Don't block my way to this opportunity. Move out so that I'm able to access this opportunity. I am empowered, move out of my way. Now, what is needed to bring about this fantastic rail, the deregulation rather of the railway sector, third-party access? Well, we think that the rail economic regulator will be of great support, access agreements, but this is not new. We think that is a matter of sitting down with the rail owner and drafting fair access agreements, and this should be going. As I said before, that there is nothing legally that is stopping third-party access to be operationalized from today. Branch line concessions, I think that there were a few, I remember there was one particular group of women that had a branch line concession. I think it was down in the Eastern Cape. But if you can move to the next slide. Next slide. How the branch line have worked previously, it was like when they were announced 10 years ago, they looked like a good business model at the time, but those that went on to do the business, they actually struggled to make the business work. So there's been little progress. But as it is announced with the Economic Reconstruction Recovery Plan, it gives us an opportunity to look at what is this branch line concessioning? How does it work? When does it make sense for you and me to go and enter into such a structure? And as a priority for government, can we work with government and look at the current structure that Transnet has in place? Says, yes, it's a beautiful concept, but it doesn't work here, but we can improve on these areas. Now, we on this line, you can, I think it's similar to the one that we've seen before, where we see the green part and then the blue part. The blue part is the coal link that goes from, mostly on the Mpumalanga side down to Richards Bay. So those are the more economical routes currently for the state freight company. Next line, please. Next slide. But with concessions, it's very important to be aware, to be acutely aware that in order for third-party access to work and branch line concessioning, that there must be high volumes. If there's no high volumes, then there's no business case. There must be long distance, no business case. And the control of the density without the volume and the maintenance obligation that is they come with the concessioning, it's unlikely that the concessioning would work. And without access to the core network, distances are likely to be too short for many branch lines to compete with road. So concessionaire will not be able to control their environment. So it's important for us as a sector when we work with government to make it completely clear that these are the circumstances where third-party access works. They must have high volumes, long distance. So those are the basics. In closing, I would like to take this opportunity to say that I'm one of those women that normally are against participating in forums where women this, women that, women this. But I thought, let me try a different thinking when it comes to women in transport. And I'm quite excited that I was able to convince myself that let's change these platforms, not rather to talk about our problems. We always have problems in this sector. But where is the future? Where are the opportunities? Can we use this platform to say women in transport and say, Queen, yeah, the opportunity going to the sector. Queen, are this where you have an expertise on? Do you think that between now and then, these are the areas where you think that you can add value to? Queen, let's not take crumbs. Queen, take up your space. Queen, we must support each other. Queen, you are not strong. Queen, you are powerful. So in closing, women in rail, we need to stand together. Women in rail, we are one, we are powerful. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Masela. You have ended our intense session on a very strong, very powerful, and very action-orientated note. So thank you. You always speak your mind. You give us the straight talk. You tell us how it is, and we need to hear that. So, and thank you also for giving constructive insights into the whole women in rail and women in transport insights. Thank you once again. Harry, it's over to you to facilitate the last session. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine and panelists. Can we please request our panelists, Dr. Nora Fukede, Khatili Nakala, and Masela Nhlapo, to mute themselves and switch on their cameras, as well as Catherine, and I can bring them into the panel, please. Ladies and gents, you can so long start thinking about questions you might have for the panelists. Right, what you can do is you can go to reactions at the bottom of your screen, and there you can make use of the raise hand function so that I can recognize you. We do have a few questions in the chat room. Unfortunately, we run badly out of time on this stage. So what we will do is we will make sure that this contents of the chat room reaches the panelists and that they can answer you directly via email. So we want to hear now, is there somebody that's got a verbal or oral question you want to ask the panelists? Seems to me everybody is stunned again with our panelists. Okay, let me take one question from Kathy Bell. Is concessions not the way to go to open up competition on the rail network? For example, Shelton Traction is an example.
Absolutely, but it's a matter of what we have on the table today. So what we have on the table today, without delaying anything, is the president and rather the government's commitment through their economic and reconstruction and recovery plan, saying that we will allow third-party access onto the network. Now, we know that, as you mentioned, Traction has already committed and put down on the table 17 billion rand. Now, are we going to say 17 billion rand that has a potential to create jobs for women and the youth that are going out of university every day, that we're going to pack it on the side. Concessioning, yes, it will work, but it's a matter of what we have on the table, what is possible today, how is it going to work, and hence us establishing a study onto the practical implementation of third-party access. Competition, absolutely. Who does it benefit? The majority of people in this country. Because at the end of the day, the cost of logistics has a huge impact on our basic needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sela. Don't know if one of the other panelists wants to respond to the concession in question. Right, while they're thinking, there's a question from Boitumelo, also to Marcella. Read the argument between standard gauge and Cape gauge. Will South Africa not be locking itself out of the African market, seeing as neighboring countries investing in standard gauge?
It depends how you look at it. If we were to look internally, you have assets, rolling stock, that are worth billions, that are Cape gauge. And we have a check that is Cape gauge. Do you take your rolling stock and put it in the dustbin and conform with where the continent is going today without saying that standard gauge doesn't work, or whether it's expensive or not expensive? But COVID has taught us to use what we have. If we were to replace everything and discard everything that we have today, how much will it cost us? Are we saying that we will not have standard gauge? We will have standard gauge in the future. But today, where we are as a country, as a continent, integrating the continent, it will come. But let's use what we have.
Thank you, Marcella. VM Grable is saying here that he's obviously he or she concerned about the policy and regulation in the transport sector currently, as policy and different transport entities come up with policies and regulations that can enhance the transport industry, yet those policies don't get to be implemented. Maybe it's the poor relationship we have with DOT, hence the delay and too many legislation that others don't even talk to each. So I don't know if one of the panelists maybe want to respond to that. Maybe Dr. Fakude, policies and implementation.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I think the problem is that we have beautiful policies, sometimes plans, but when it comes to implementation, none of it is happening. And the problem that one identified as an individual company is that we have the three spheres of government that don't talk to each other. And then they tend to look at the policies and take what it suits them, say it is a municipality, and try and implement in conflict with what the national government is looking at or the province is looking at. And until there's a uniformity and the three spheres sit down and look at the policies and look at ways of implementing without looking at fragmented sections of the policies, then we will have a problem. But if we are to focus on the policies, maybe include industry as well, but the three spheres of government should try and look at policies and look at implementation in unison.
Thank you, Dr. Fakude. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can start closing here. I would like to ask the panelists for closing remarks. What we can do is we perhaps can start with Marcella, then we go to Khatile, then we go to Dr. Fakude, then we go to Catherine, and then we will hand over to Basil Govender from SABOA to close the session for us. So we can start with Marcella with some closing remarks, please.
Thank you very much, Harry, for this opportunity. And I think most importantly, to be amongst the queens, it's an honor. Umam Fagute. And since 25 years, we stopped counting at 25. From 26 years, it was none of my business. And it's an honor to be amongst you guys. But I think from my side, the takeaway from this is that it is only us that can help us. If government, we know that government has plans, lots of plans. We know that government and the three spheres of government don't talk to each other, they talk past each other. We know that on the national department level, they talk past each other as well. That uniformity is not there. It is only us that can raise the bars and say, this does not work, and this is how it does not work, and this is how we need to fix it. We can't be spectators anymore. We need to be in the ring to change the narrative. I'm for action. If you invite me, say, Mesela, let's go and work there, I will come. I will present myself. But let's not stand on the side and say it doesn't work. Let's make it work. There was a question on PRASA of women in race. I don't know. But as an association, we have not had any engagement with PRASA on a program like that. And I think PRASA has some serious issues that they're dealing with over and above the vandalization of their infrastructure. And I would rather work more towards that. Mesela, as women of this industry, can we join hands? Let's go and approach PRASA and ask them those questions. I would rather have that than answering on PRASA's behalf. Let's get together, let's write to PRASA, let's request a meeting with PRASA as women in this sector and ask them this question. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcella. Well said. Khatile.
Thank you very much, Harry. Indeed, I think all the speakers have spoken the goal of today and of such an event. And thank you very much to the organizers, and especially SABOA and South African Road Transport. When we have conversations like these, and we hear from women who have walked the road, and in fact, there is an African proverb that says that about mentorship. It says, ask about the road from those who have traveled it. And when you look it up, it's a mentor. That's what a mentor is. So you ask about Dr. Nora, who've shared their journeys. And out of those stories, you realize that when they were chanting those roads and knocking on those doors, and it was difficult, and as far as back then, and the changes that are positive that we see now, it is out of concerted efforts and connections and collaborations that have taken place that have made us to see these results. So the message there for us is, let's continue as they hand over the baton to us. Let's continue, make a difference, let it have a ripple effect through collaboration, through networking, through conversations like these, so that we can hand over the baton to the ones that are coming behind us. So the message of this is, it does not stop, it continues. And that is how we will see the results in the future. But thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Khatile. Much of vision there. Thank you so much for your time. Dr. Fakure.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for this opportunity once again. I think what this webinar exposed is that we are not lacking knowledge and skill. We are lacking the enthusiastic to go out, identify opportunities, and go for them. If you look at what is happening these days, it's people who just want to be empowered, sitting at home and not doing anything to empower themselves. and it will never come to you in a silver platter. You have to exercise what is in your mind and what you think you can do for the industries to recognize you and bring you to the fore. And when you are brought in, hard work must be part of there's no 24 hours, there must be 26 hours in a day. And let your family know that you've chosen this field, and this field has got no free lunches. You have to work hard in order to achieve your goals. And we here are players. Yes, we can say that government is not empowering us or the industry is not empowering us, but we are there and we should try and do more than what we've achieved and bring other women to the fore. Where you are, Marcella, you can easily identify people who are women, who are prepared to give everything up and work for their success. And that's the type of women that we want. Yes, it is said, as you rise, lift. We, as Kathy mentioned, we didn't wait for female drivers to come to us. We identified matriculants, trained them up to professional drivers, and half of our driver corps is women with professional driver certificates, which we taught. We've got the head of electrical division is a woman that we took from matric and trained, and she grew up. I can mention a lot of women. And today, it is said that we are best performers because of the people and the investment that we did in these women and young people. Even now, every year we take 30 women and develop them as professional drivers. And the list goes on. And that's what is a challenge from us. Whatever space that will come in your company, call a woman, teach a woman, empower a woman. The world will be a better place for us as women. And I want to say happy Women's Day, happy Women's Month. Let's go and celebrate ourselves, but challenge ourselves to work harder. At age 72, I'm still willing to work very hard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fakudi. If we follow your example, definitely we'll get far in life. Thank you for sharing your wisdom with us. We really appreciate that. Catherine, some closing remarks, and thank you very much for being our MC, very capable MC today. We really appreciate that. So closing remarks, and then after Basil can do the closing.
Thank you, Harry. From my side, I'd like to thank all the speakers today. It's been such a valuable, insightful, exciting, inspirational session. Thank you also to all our participants. And I'd like to challenge you all. The Transport Forum has given us a very powerful platform, a great network. So why not, as Dr. Fakudi said, why not start with working your network? Start networking with your fellow attendees today, with the speakers, and let's use this opportunity to build and grow the women in our industry. So thank you, Sabawa, and thank you to the Transport Forum.
Thank you, Catherine, and the panelists. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your time. So Basil, over to you. Our closing. Thank you, Basil.
Thanks, Harry. Afternoon, everybody, once again. And wow, I mean, this group of panelists just rounded it off perfectly. There's nothing so much that I could add to that age, but I just want to touch on a couple of issues, just acknowledging, I mean, what profound stories, journeys, trials against all odds. I mean, from driving trucks to licking envelopes.
Basil, can you switch on your video, please?
I will do, Harry. As I was saying, from driving trucks at a young age to licking envelopes, selling belts and bags, defying all odds. But I think what we have to really emphasize is the industry needs more shapeshifters like we've had today. not just the panelists, people on the attendance list. You cannot create sustainability without having people that take the role of shapeshifters. And why? It's because you can't be led by change. You have to influence change. You have to effect change. To the women specifically, I learned a profound thing from a very strong female leader that I interact with closely. And she said, despite all the challenges that women have to face, it is sometimes women who are the worst oppressors or suppressors of women. So I'm glad today people are talking about exchanging knowledge, sharing skills and capacity. So from a SABOA perspective, I just want to say we remain committed together with you, Harry. I think we've done fabulous so far this year. We put out a calendar for the year, and I think we are hitting all the right narratives and all the right topics. SABOA's role is to facilitate. It's an industry association, but it can also influence change. So the only advice I have then from a broader perspective is that to harmonize your efforts and your energies, don't all take up the reinventing of the wheel. If you form a confederation of efforts or entities or associations, it makes it easier to tap on skills and expert knowledge. So going forward, the fragmented approach will not help, so align and collaborate. But Harry, to you and to Catherine as well, who absolved me today of being the MC. Well done, Catherine. And Harry, your support on the Transport Forum. And to all the panelists, a big thank you. And to all the attendees for making it a success. Excellent session. And we hope this momentum will carry forward. Thank you, Harry. And everybody, good afternoon.
Thank you, everybody. See you guys on the 19th of August. The next event is about air services. And the 2nd of September is also going about the supply chain, risk and supply chain in the face of civil unrest. But we're looking forward to seeing you guys. Thank you very much for your time today. Take care and have a good day further. Thank you very much for your support.
Bye-bye.